Won't change. Won't change what everybody's thinking that I did it. That's not. Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Alright, I see. We lost our fight all of a sudden. I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give me give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. Come on then, fill us in. You done it. Fortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being in there in the first place. I think I know why you broke into Windibanks that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Okay. Okay. Cut this shit. Found this in Windibank's storeroom. A manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh. Right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Windibank showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. One exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing the manuscript? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into that storeroom last night, isn't it? Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Alright, yeah. This Baskerville's story. It's the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. Well, I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Guinea, how could you? Oh, wait, no, hang on. Of course I weren't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the manuscript, or whatever you call it, really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But... I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Guinea. I just knew it. Right. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse things than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that manuscript ain't at Windibanks. You'd soon see if you had a look. The truth. Oh, Guinea, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It wasn't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. I wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript. Like I told you the night before. Never had a father. But Iris's law ain't like mine. She's got a dad, only she can't see him. But I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're really about her dad. That's what it sounded like to me anyway, last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of the Great Detective? So much as the adventures of the Great Detective and his trusty partner? Well, that's how I see it, yeah? You're so thoughtful and kind, Guinea. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ate all this chummy nonsense. Do you hear? I ate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scarpa. No. I didn't notice up until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sides of that overcoat. Some very suspicious red stains. What are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. We need to see the blood. There's stains on the sleeve of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So it could be the blood that spattered from Windabank when he was shot last night. Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get the results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Guinea. I'm gonna shoot. Ya bang. Ya bang. Color. Holy shit, purple. Purple guy. Holy fucking FNAF. This is new. That's actually crazy. This is an unknown party. We have yet to see purple yet, right? Right? We have yet to see purple. Oh no, I'm just fucking crazy and mental and insane. But it is weird. It is weird that it's thrice fired. Don't tell me thrice fired Mason isn't. No, he's dead, right? Yeah. So why is his blood on the coat? What the? Get the sleeves? Oh, coat is covered in blood. Of course. Black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them up until now. And the blood that reacted to the chemical to turn the purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Ah, yes. It was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, victim of the murder case 2 months ago. But how? What are you on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story. It really... Wait, that means it really fucking was, McGilded. It was Magnus. Because this is Magnus's coat. You can see now that the victim's blood is all over McGilded's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Gotta check the backlogs. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? Wasn't about to stop worrying about me gloves now, was I? Reached out and give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. If that was really what happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over McGilded when he stabbed the victim. God damn. Tried to run from the truth for so long, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Oh shit, dude. Of that month, we haven't been confirmed a body yet, bruh. I think McGilded is still alive. I think he's actually the fucking killer. In this case, too. He's probably doing this to tie up loose ends. He probably killed Windabank to tie up loose ends. That horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free. Just all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How can I have let that happen? You know? Did you believe him, though? Did you believe McGilded was innocent? Fucking course not. He was sus. I believed. Rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Damn. Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. Can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. Which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have. Unwavering belief? Only when we truly believe what our client tells us, can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. Yeah. It's funny, Gina. Cool. Sounds like this Empire Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. The fuck you say about me? That was my brother. Come on, look at this mess you got you into, leaving in that bog trotter. Yeah, I inadvertently helped the murderer walk free. At least you learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get hurt by no one. No. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and check them away. No. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants. He wants it all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe believe in me after that? Not likely. You're wrong. Well, Mr. Naruto, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. Shinjio. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Nero Odo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off me tongue. And I'm a diver. Don't forget. I'm turning more Australian. It's hard to do like a I don't even know what the term is, but that kind of accent. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago, and I got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, do you understand why you chose not to put your trust in others? But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side. What do you expect me to say to that? And it's decided. We'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. We'd be ashamed to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. Do what you like. You Eastern Lauder. I don't know what you are, I don't get ya. Gina's taken herself off to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. It turned out alright in the end, I think. Oh! Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice! Miss Sasato? Dude, her fucking her Sasato senses got tingling, bruh. Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What? Blimey. You sharp, eh? Oh, shit. Suppose you're using one of these mystic Japanese arts. The art of stealth I've heard so much about. If anyone who was being stealthy was you, Inspector. Rexy. How dare me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on a conversation? Oh, good grief, listening in? No. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived. This very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is, nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-toodaloo, cheerio. All the best, bye. Bye, and bye. A lot of farewells. Not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with Sharpish. Lord Strongheart, well. Emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing. Forget I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to. But let's chat soon. Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. A lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. The talent. Gexy's so funny. He says such silly things. Certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police font. Weird choice of words. Phrasing, right? Anyway, I wonder what this emergency at the Supreme Court is. Must attend to the court clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. Shall meet you there later.
Let me be clear.
So our investigation came to an end. Sato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. Okay, so that's how it was supposed to be. This chapter was... I was right at the end last time. I was basically at the end. It's one case split into 2 chapters. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sato would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. Naruhodo, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Susato? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all in the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is. So many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet, I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task.
A bogus.
Just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. So sorry, Susato. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. What would that be? It seems to me, there's many facets to people's personalities. Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, for as long as we live. That's so true. Damn, bestie. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated. I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo? I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open, keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think that it's been just 2 months. I've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh, no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Cat. Fucking cat. You know what time you'll be leaving London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. Shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. See, well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But Please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. What is that? A huge bundle of documents? It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. Oh! Oh shit, dude. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. God damn! She got them shit sticky noted. That's my fucking girl. That's my stunner. That's my stunner. Seems to me that this case of Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she had to think about, Sasato still managed to do this, all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Sasato. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. That's Cap. Let's just go. Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said there. Ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. Fuck no! Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo. Before that, I'm gonna just review this shit. Only 2 pages? Damn. That's a... what size font do you have? What do you need? Okay. Case summary, victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus on the day after the stab wound. Mason Milverton, male, occupation brickmaker, domicile East End. Wait a fucking second. He was from the East End. I'm sure that came up before, but I feel like I feel like the fact that they're mentioning it now is actually really important. Defendant Magnus McGilded, prosecution attorney Lord von Zykes, Yanosuke. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, a surprise 4th witness testimony resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. You should go to bed now, Naruhodo. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Sasato, I wish you the very best of luck. Good night. Wait! There's something I need to say. Bro, what the fuck? What is that? Secret technique. No. Am I about to black out? Shut down. Uh-oh. Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. No! No! I'm not... Bruh, I'm gonna wake up with a crick in my neck. Fuck. Truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted, and yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. I forced myself to close my eyes, and as the cacophony of scenes in our lives here in London played through my mind, eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Damn. Yes, I quite understand. A great weight off my mind. Shit. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place, exactly as we discussed. Honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell and Godspeed. Oh! My dear madam.
Oh shit, dude.
Now we just go to the next part. Let's go. Yes, I would like to save my progress. Oh, it's still the same part. Oh, it's not. It's not like two parts in one. So yeah. So now I have a whole ash trial to go through. Probably just as long. I love this game, man. Hold up, I'll be back. I'll be right back. When I woke the following morning, Sasato was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. So I began an ever longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. Here we go. 17th of April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your fin then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Sasato, or however you say it. I don't know. Oh, Miss Sasato had to leave early this morning. She's already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that? You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go off and see her. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Sasato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two. How are you feeling, Guinea? Did you manage to sleep? Waggai! Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Is that right, Waggy? Oh, Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Man, I'm having a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Lucky you're not in America, and you're lucky that's not a dog, and you're lucky we're not near police. You know. Well, that reminds me. I bought a paper on the way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Guinea? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Nah, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Oh. New mechanic? Nah. If only, though. Because that shit's hype. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning. The carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? Bad news? What's a weather report? So I hope that Susie made a train to Dover. And that the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, you should be able to make up the time later. Well, that's the good news, isn't it? I couldn't give a monkey's... Really? I couldn't get... Monkey... Only all good news canceled out the bad. Look, this trial's made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. You don't like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't, because you're covering your face. Don't worry.
Sure.
Don't worry. Runa will soon show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will? And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Yeah, let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she was still here.
Why does that matter? Why does that matter? Is there more to the...
Look then, Runo. I'll do what I can.
Is there more to this? Oh, it's an actual thing, so it's not just a text, so...
There's a sensational story lower down the front page as well, look. Ministry mole? Classified secrets? May have been leaked. Overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations.
Communications are being intercepted?
How would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? Come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Ronel?
No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday.
Yes, it could be. And it could explain why he and Grizzy running from pillar to post at the moment.
Always check the back. That is always the fucking... this is the strat. That's the fucking strat. Whenever you're given an inspectable item, especially one that is a piece of paper that seems innocuous, fuck. You know what I'm trying to say. Whenever it seems just insignificant. Always flip that bitch over. And flip the bitch. It's a cinch. Yeah. There we go. Words to live by.
Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie. Still, I'll be on your side the whole time, giving you more support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is. But thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you.
Oh, yeah, Iris. Yes, Skinny? Well, I was wondering, is all, about Shelms. They fix them up alright? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Haley still hasn't come around yet. Eh?
Non-Jota?
There's a friend of mine at Scotland Yard. Send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
I'm sure Gregson would like to know the moment there's... Will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Sasato, no Sholmes. It's all down to me today. Prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yeah, let's go, Gina. Iris?
Lead the way, Runo.
Poor Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from the start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that. In the name of Her Majesty, the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I finally get to do it, the judge voice. Ooh, puggies! People clap. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Van Zykes. My lord? Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly. And here you are again today. Were there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? What one might describe as your former life, 5 years past.
Thank you.
Oh. Yekrid Alfredo. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. You dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Government. We know we shouldn't trust people like that. Government secrets, they go hand in hand. Sussy, sussy, sussy. Yet today you chose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large.
That means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Well, yeah, I assumed that. Yeah, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Magnus McGilded. I know what a monster... If I had known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence trick
Tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. God damn, dude, this dude is just racist. Did he really just say that? Bruh. Man, that's just his character arc. Dude, his character arc is gonna be like, oh, I'm not racist anymore. But that's literally his personality. It's just racist. It means he... yes. I think... yes. Do you see another Nipponese? Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Doesn't explain further. Calls you a backstabbing bitch. Doesn't elaborate further. Chad. A torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zyke's eyes. Is that directed solely at me? Or is he talking about all Japanese people? Now that would be racist. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zyke's. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Barley, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. At random, dude. Are there like 10 people in all of London? What the fuck? This dude we saw before, we saw this dude before, we saw him before, we saw her. We haven't seen him. We've seen him. We've seen him. We haven't seen him, but he's why is he here? He was the fucking Russian guy that fled the fucking fled the state for leaking secrets or something. That was all the way back in the boat trial, or the boat thing. All the way back there. Why is he here, and why does he have to do jury duty? Former lieutenant of the British Army here. Oh, you know. I don't even remember what voices I gave him. Like me, we're born ready. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. This dude's just crazy. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. I have. Women indispensable. Dude, he's the Russian guy. He's the guy. He's the guy. Why is he here? And why is he doing jury duty? Don't you? I know that's like how it is now. Like you only have to do jury duty in where you have citizenship, I guess. We like know half of these people. Almost all of them, yes. No, it's just to save assets. It's save money on not making completely different people. Yeah, 6 million fucking people. Like, dude. So I've been led to believe. I mean, I'm being duped. You fucking with me because I'm Japanese. Fuck y'all, dude. Very well, now Lord Van Zyke's. And because it's hard for me to manage multiple voices, I'm not gonna give the fuckers voices. I'm not gonna give the jurors voices. They are nothing but sheep to me. They are a dime a dozen. Court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, There has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windibank, proprietor of the pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents a photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner, his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Magnus McGilded. That motherfucker ain't dead. For schnizzle. There's something schnussy going on. I feel it in my bussy. Prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only two persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered, she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. That's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Not quite a little girl that pickpocket anyway. She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? We can't just jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt just because of what she has to do to survive. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After the testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick-purse, cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Sykes. At once, my lord. This isn't good. Okay, before we start talking, always gotta check them shits. We got 4 pieces of new information. Okay. Dr. Stevens, the fact that they got the name of the coroner, I think is the old fuck is the coroner, isn't it? On the jurors stand that randomly got selected. Holy shit, the vetting process. Pawnbroker time of death 1 to 1:30 a.m. Okay, that is it was not no, it wasn't 1:30. At most it wasn't, because we were there at 1:14, I believe, if I remember correctly. 1:14 a.m. we were we first got to the store and witnessed. Oh yeah, I'm the fucking witness. La fucking Mao. God, this will be hard. Mortem findings: single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back, no other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from posterior
Posterior anterior bullet wound. Dude, stop. Just say it in layman's terms. Posterior anterior. What the fuck does that mean? Postero anterior, whatever. Relating to both back and front. Oh, so it's like, okay. So it just means that the bullet went clean through the victim, right? Is that... Went to the heart, entered the body from the back on a gently rising diagonal trajectory. Oh, this was point blank. Did it mention that? This was definitely this was point blank, because that's gunpowder burn. That's gunpowder burn. That I probably can't find anything. This is Mr. Winnebank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winnebank always used to keep this gun to hand, or gun to head. Single bullet loaded it. Yeah. No! Well, it was fired that night and the poor man lost his life. Protecting his shop, I wonder. Trying to keep the article safe? I probably shouldn't. Like, I should have looked right down the fucking barrel. It's like, I wonder what this is. Let me just check. I'm fucking looking straight down the fucking barrel. Trying to see for any, like, signs of tampering or at least something out of place. But no, it's all on the up and up. Okay. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Reno. I think that's because it has. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses of the foul murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank on 16th of April of this year. Me smile. Oh, come on. But that is so red herring. Come on, that's not even subtle at this point.
Yes, Skulkin. Occupation is a baddie. Professional baddie.
You ain't no baddie, bro. You ain't no baddie.
Name's Ringo Skulkin.
Occupation is same as him.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
That's the voice I'm trying to go for.
Boris Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers.
Not even like.
What are you looking at me there for? Don't let me in with you lot. Oh, blimey. It's cold. Don't you know what we're going through?
So, it's our older brother. Lost contact with him, we have. We're scouring every shady corner of the capital.
And last night, came across you. Very spit of the bloke. That right, Ringo? Yeah, yes, he is. Very spit of him.
I have no clue what kind of voice I'm going for. Wait, is Nash? No. Because I know Ringo is apple. Ringo is apple in Japan. In Japanese. No. Why is he named Nash and he holds a pear when... I'm not even gonna... Yummy.
Big bruv's sulking.
Sulking.
I'll leave it out, you two.
Sulky's skulkin'? Macaulay McCulkin? And that's before he runs out of chips.
Well done, Inspector Sulky Gregson.
Begging your pardon, me lord. My name's Tobias.
What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you are doing in the witness stand.
Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft.
Thieves, are they? These three?
Now, me lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot.
2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered the establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime.
By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence!
Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed the proprietor's murder. He's on a fucking box, little shorty.
Order! Order!
The various trespasses of these brothers are not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow.
Of course, Inspector.
All these voices, I'm fucking them up.
Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw.
Happy to.
These guys are... Here we go. Finally, back in the courtroom. Illegal entry.
He was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see?
It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in, it was.
I have no clue.
As I got inside, God blimey, lummy, he had a gunshot from the back room. Went to see what was locked. The door was locked from the inside. You never done nothing, governor. You never took nothing. You just left after that, nice and quiet.
Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot.
The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside. And within, only the victim and the accused were found.
I must say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel?
Yeah. What's the matter, Vino? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told. It's like, I'm sorry, that complete and utter bullshit threw me off. I'm sorry. Like, excuse my outburst, but yeah, that was a bunch of fucking cap. I know that's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Yeah, that's cap. Yeah, that's cap. Yeah, that's cap. And back to street in small hours. Okay, what time would you say in the small hours?
Hold it!
How early would you say? What time of night was this? Must have been about 1. Right, Ringo? What the fuck? Why is he pogging out like that? Right, Cellgate? How do I know? Place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Pitch. No, it wasn't. The light was on. But how do we prove that? How do we prove that? We know that the light was on. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, fuck. Heard us to the situation in the first place. When these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is pure conjecture. Huh. Perhaps it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder. Simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Huh. Where was locked for me?
Hold it!
You mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? My learned friend is having difficulties grasping the situation. Perhaps a drawing would help. Yeah, update that shit, bitch. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there's only one door. That of the storeroom. I mean, a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. Curtain and all. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I would think. Him built different. Broadly speaking, humans respond one of two ways, earning a gunshot upstream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination, my learned Nepalese friend, it would seem. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nepalese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Damn.
Thank you, councils. Though I believe that y'all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story?
It was bedlam soon as. Weren't I?
Yes, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dicks out of me Lucy locking. Right, Governor? Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers when we are, not bludgers.
You nush, we are.
You pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Man, you fled from the pawnbrokery that night? Did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person?
Strange alive, they fired a gun, you say? You tell them this was you in the doorway.
There we go. Don't even need to prove it. Didn't even need to prove it. They did it themselves, motherfucker. I didn't need to say shit. You just get... Dude, they know how fucked they are.
I blatantly Nora.
You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Goddamn. Furthermore, the barrel showed signs of... Dude, you really are scummy. Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers.
Yes, indeed.
Remnants of powder. That's why... What did I fucking say about the gunshot? The gunshot has fucking gunpowder. Gunpowder burn. When you fire a weapon point blank, not only does the if possible, the item fired or whatever was shot point blank burn a little bit because of the gunpowder and get at least some residue. It would also blow back on the weapon and of course as well. But I believe that shot, no, we heard, okay. The gunshot we heard, was that the one, is that what initiated the event? No, the gunshot we heard was the one that hit, is the one that hit, hit Sholmes. But there was also a bullet that hit, there's 3 bullets. There's 3 bullets that need to be accounted for. The one that landed in Windibank, one that landed in Sholmes, and one that landed in the calendar near the front door. And we already have 2 guns that show signs of being fired once. Where's the 3rd gun? If I'm thinking of this correctly. Yes? Here's to successfully presenting the evidence. Or yes, there is telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the cylinder, but the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial.
Objection!
Well, I don't need evidence, bitch, because I was there. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim,
We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibank that night.
Court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the pawnbroker's shop that night?
This one.
This shit's loaded?
It's just fucking loaded, bro.
Shit's heat.
This is the only thing. Right? Cause the bullet in the thing.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio.
What? What on earth do you have there, Constable?
During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. I'm not trusting the police to do their job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio.
You claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein?
Yes, my lord.
No more dallying, then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded the firearm at the scene?
Literally this one.
Take that!
What is that? Explain!
It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbroker the day of the incident.
From the scene of the crime it is? Is it? Is that a bullet hole? If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged.
Yes, as your lordship noticed. The bullet pierced Mr. Windibank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death.
The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. This indicates that the separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th.
That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes. This is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Yeah, there.
Order! How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Sykes?
Yeet! About to eat this bitch. That is the direction my learned friend wishes to take. The prosecution has no objection. What? Yay! But you'll forgive me for flinging my hollow chalice aside in the disgust, the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally, and like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street.
Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup.
Yeah, the deal. You weren't gonna tell them details. Tell them, Skulky.
Set the bloke straight. Have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Sykes knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact.
What fact do you refer to, Lord Van Sykes?
As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired by the brothers' gun. However, if that shot found its target in Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and the victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Winterbank at all. So that's it. Dude, you gotta fucking step it up. That was so shit. You had nothing to do with it.
We did, Nash, we did. That's what I reckon.
Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget attempted murder.
What a catalog, eh, fellas?
Wait for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patrons the pawnbroker in question somewhat regularly. Where's she going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh, that's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders.
What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption.
As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion.
Rather prodigal, I feel.
In fact, there are two such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plan of the premises, the respective positions are here and here. Wait, so are you?
So what, are there blind spots? What the fuck? Say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see. Now that would help us if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals.
One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera.
It's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bruv?
Lady Lux loves a skulking.
Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin?
It must have been just after 1, right, bruv?
Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Man. Gina, why the fuck did he not tell us this shit? You actually got caught on cam? You man... On my life. On my fucking life.
Good lord! It's the defendant! Gina Lestrade!
On my life, bruh. As the court can clearly see. The accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom.
Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel.
I don't believe it. Guinea. In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly killed him in the bank. That's Cap. Hey, yo, that's Cap. Hey, yo, that's Cap. I might put a word in at this point.
Go ahead, Mr. Foreman.
Took a body bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maiwand. 1880 if don't you know. Decorated for it and all, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield.
Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point?
Carried on the battle after retirement, you see the battle of daily life. Like, here I am now, leading the small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together. You mark my words, one for all and all for one. You already know what I'm about to do. Fuck. I'm gonna exercise my legal right. Fuck. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? You know what? Isn't that what we are to understand?
Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
In a matter of speaking, yes. That is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. It's too soon to make a judgment here.
Status report of the court, men, on the double.
Lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions, too. He's still talking about this. He's still talking. He's like, oh, did I leave my keys in that body? Did I, fuck. Why is it saying stop? Is that like because of a fucking is that a Morse code joke? I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky.
Very well. We'll call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning on the matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh fuck nah, bruh.
Oh hell no! What? Does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous and it's leaning already.
That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Kenny didn't shoot him. Meemaw. If only I could look at the other things, the other fucking pictures. I gotta look at the other pictures, because there's bound to be a contradiction. No, of course not. My lord. Fuck, I'm about to summation that shit.
Very well, the court grants permission.
So, you refuse to admit defeat again? Yes, because every other time it worked out in my favor. You should really learn to fucking shut your mouth. You better fucking close that gaw of yours, or that fucking maw of yours, before I stick my fucking schmeat in there. You asking for it hanging open like that.
We shall proceed immediately with the summonation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready?
Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Here we go. My time to shine.
The jurors' contentions. All the evidence clearly points to the finger of guilt of this young pocketeen. As a housemaid, I should like to see that all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at the photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. Wait a fucking second. No, that wouldn't be no, because the cameras are too far apart to actually look at this shit in, like, unison, or at least stereoscopically. No way. They're way too far apart. You'd have to have a big head. Niet. In motherland we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
Circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively.
The storeroom locked from the inside, from which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by the accused witnesses. Not to mention the print. Yeah, but he's not pointing it at him. Damn, that's tough.
I'm afraid you'll have. I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you.
Gina didn't shoot Winnebank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed.
You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summonation examination.
First thing I want to know is what the fuck are you talking about?
Hold it!
What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that.
Oh, so sorry. As you could probably tell, I'm a surgeon.
Surgeon? Totally passed me by.
Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are on the forefront of medical science, there are brains in the field.
So what is it that you think you left behind? Oh, my glasses.
It's embarrassing. See, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the...
Were you operating on schlons? With the abdomen. Don't tell me you put it... Dude. You sewed up my boy. You sewed my boy up with the knife in his body. Holy fuck. Dude, you're... Did he? Surely. Surely not.
Telling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the villain's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, here you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really.
One way of putting it. Yeah, there's manslaughter.
Deadly mercy concern, and seeing as this case appears to be but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure.
Sure, you need to be more sure.
Why are you... What do you mean? Yes, I'm from the Empire of Japan. Communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have to use the electric telegram. We send messages without electrical signals. With the use of electrical signals, thousands of miles of cable have been laid along ocean beds connecting the entire world. On the ocean bed? My head just thinking about it. You're a well-informed young lady. Cables will soon become a thing of the past. Radio transmission into the future. Over airways to the four corners of the globe. Right. You're gonna have to wear out your fingers. Pop off, I guess. So inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piff? I really can't. Oh shit, dude. Somebody's got something to say, dude. He was like, the fuck you just say? The fuck you say, bitch?
Excuse me.
Wanna take this outside, bitch? It's just fucking... You're fuming, absolutely fuming. The fuck you say about my you, the fuck you say to me, little shit? You kiss your mother with that mouth? Perhaps have something to say about Darren over 5's last remark, if I couldn't guess. Say it. Wanna fucking scrap, yeah? Wanna fucking scrap, yeah? I'll shank you. I'll shank your nan. I'll shank your nan, I will. Oh shit. Think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Absolutely, I mean, really? You seem to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. A great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. You just... Oh my god, dude. Using a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. Oh, what sort of possibilities? Fuck. Take a crime. Are we actually gonna look at 2 photographs stereoscopically of the 2 cameras? The cameras are so far apart. How will that help us? It includes you've never noticed before. Oh my god, wait, does that mean that I'm literally gonna have to do that with my eyes? I'm actually gonna have to cross my eyes? You're kidding me. It hurts so much to do it, to try to fucking do it, man. What? Do we have any prints? Fuck no. We don't. We don't have any prints. Any that come... we don't have any, but... Don't think so. None spring to mind anyway. Just gonna find prints of the crime scene lying around. Find ourselves with some, it would be worth a go.
Hold it!
You're Natsumi's landlord, Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this.
you're the lawyer chap.
Oh, there's a turn up for the books.
Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then.
Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I'm trying to persuade. I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty. But, perhaps?
Can't be denied, I suppose.
The rest of the Garrideb house was the talk of the town after that business.
I just moved out and I couldn't get a bodily soul to take up the tenancies.
Oh. I haven't had the heart to break the news to Joanne yet. Bad enough for the old girls that the old girls clapped up.
Yes, can't be denied.
You did do rather a lot, but not for us.
As for dash certain,
I suppose not. Of course, there can be no suggestion that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial. That's juror number 2. He has a thing for maids, bruh.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo?
Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim.
Objection!
We don't have another photo. Don't tell me we're at, like, you mean we're not trying to look at 2 different photos and put them into one? Huh? No, we do need a pair. That's the whole bit. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? What? How could you tell?
Oh, how did you know?
Call it a lucky guess.
Never gets old, seeing the 2 prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating. It's a height of modernity.
Of course.
Oh yes, I think that you find the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of. Before, it's the greatest invention the world has ever seen.
Maybe you give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. I guess I'll use this if we... But we don't have another one. The other one. I don't care. I'm gonna just... I don't know what I'm trying to do. Okay, I'm just gonna...
Hold it!
Yeah. I don't want to accidentally skip by it. About to shit yourself.
Excuse me.
Okay, let's just assume that we do have pictures. Yeah, we get it.
Take that!
Alright, juror number 3, are you saying you can do this? With any 2 suitable photographic prints?
Of course I am.
Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate.
I'd be delighted to.
Just give me one more print and I'll amaze...
Sorry about that. Yeah, I just don't. I just don't have it. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's not letting me back out, though. So does that mean that I do, in fact, have one? But no, there's no way. I literally looked through everything that I have. I don't have another one. So am I just gonna have to fucking fall on my sword and take the fucking hit? Am I gonna have to take the L? I'm gonna have to take the L. 'Cause I don't have another fucking print.
Take that!
Oh wait, I wasn't supposed to have one. Oh dear. You have these. Don't you have these in the Far East? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? You know. You need two photographs for the stereoscope, remember? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right. Well, yeah, but I just didn't have it. Can, like... Bruh, all I'm saying is, bruh... I know you're holding out on me, Van Zykes. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need two prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we attain another print at some point later in the trial, I can always show it to this young man then. Oh, joy! Okay. I need to get the other.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, I see. Again. Work is never done. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? Market for his lordship, to pass through the... Oh my god, dude. You're such an asshole. You deserve to be robbed, honestly. Let me be plain. If it were up to me... Oh, fuck. You're referring to Herlock Sholmes? That's right. Keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rant's magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid? Really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Holmes, not the defendant. Minor detail indeed. We're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. You're an asshole! Well, it might be it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Ooh, progress. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting. Oh, fuck. Shit. I still think that the surgeon, he's the one who operated on, I'm gonna press just in case. Please tell me you're not Violent Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary? Revolutionary? Niet. I believe there is such rumor. It's just a rumor. As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me a revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. And forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all time. It is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. Skulkin brothers? Maybe they went inside pawnbroker's shop. But they have done nothing wrong. That is all what I want to say. Skulkin brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Runel? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London town, isn't it? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Shrug. Or shrug. If I can't change the minds of more than half these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. Yes, I know. Okay, so juror number 2 versus juror number 6.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Good Lord! Counsel, explain yourself.
Oh my statement? Contradictory? Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. You do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry, my English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is with our abdomen, what a person's body containing stomach and other vital organ. This is what you mean you should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. I thought it was a good idea to let this man be on jury again. So, you are telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They said before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. But dude, not the rat, not the mouse. Yo, chill. Lying is wrong, especially when the lie is said by a person who look like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means When they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true?
Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so...
Enough, I trust no one now.
It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir.
I must see with own eyes. We must investigate crime scene myself.
I'm afraid that won't be Yes, it is real now. Easily. Sorry? But the print's from Hurley's red-handed recorder. If you compare the print that pictures Guinea, and the next print from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Huey, it's the prosecutor.
Calling the prosecution in the middle of a summonation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing had been taken. That seemed to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but stole nothing.
That would seem so, yes.
Good.
No, not good.
You were right. I did not understood situation. But I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue a trial.
Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. There must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose. If I could do that, we might just turn the situation to our favor still.
Thank you, Councilman. Continue with the summonation examination. Kindly hand the new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence.
Now we have the second print. Another print to the court record. I wonder if we can make use of that. Perhaps.
Hold it!
Can it really show up new clues though? You don't know unless you try. How about this print here? Should do the trick, I think.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'll be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all.
Take that!
Alright. These 2 prints were both taken at the same camera in Windibanks on the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. You know how stereographic images work? Do you understand the principle? Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. They need to be slightly different. Like, left eye, right eye, but, like, they're from the same camera, the same position. Same, only with a slight shift in the positions. Notices the shift as if it were depth. Yes, exactly. A small shift between certain objects and 2 pictures, that's really important. What happens if you use 2 photographic prints that are exactly the same then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene 3-dimensionally, anyway. Oh. Oh! Of course, now I see. I think the young girl has discovered the secret. Don't look at me!
Stop staring at me with them big old eyes.
Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me?
I can't. This shit's stuck. I just can't remember now. Yep. Okay, here we go, guys. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it. Fuck. Trying. Like I see it. I've successfully. Oh yeah, Oh, I didn't need to fucking cross my eyes. I'm a big dummy. I didn't need to cross my eyes. It's something that I noticed since the beginning, since we first got to the scene. The fucking lamp is broken. There are 2 people in the first and no in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away, but now you don't need to. You really just need to look. Like, but now that I know it, I'm still gonna do it. Wait. This is such a dumb gimmick. You don't need to do it to notice the difference. Yep, I've already done it. Doing this doesn't do really anything. You just need to look and you see that the lamp is broken. That's crazy. Stop staring at me like that.
The other amazing power is the stereoscopes.
Other amazing power? Brings people together.
Explain this black magic.
Why the deuce is some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that?
I don't need a lecture on the stereoscope.
Basics.
I'm trying to, like, I know the voice. I could already picture the voice that this bitch makes. Like, but, and because I've heard the voice, like, in, like, it was probably a kid's show. Like, when I was younger. Who was it? I have no clue.
Try to look at 2 identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. Well, you see pictures 3-dimensionally.
Wait, does that mean that I wasn't needing to look at the lantern? Hold the fucking phone, dude. I have no clue what I'm trying to... Whatever. Let me... Oh, it hurt. My fucking head hurts from doing that. I don't notice the shift. all I notice is that lantern. Nah, not me. Nah, bruh. I'm literally... It is?
Just think it through step by step. First photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, second photograph was taken. But the position of some items on the counter appears to be shifted slightly in the interim. So that means sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter.
Dun dun dun. Zookers.
Someone tampered?
Oh, I'm thinking of the voice of what was it? Like one of the teachers in fucking Family Guy.
Had to go around in circles a little here, but it seems I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summonation examination.
Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. You know the items on the countertop were moved. Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter.
Could it be Gina?
I don't know.
I would think it's them, like maybe in their escape they knocked over the thing, because the second photograph was not taken until after everything happened. This was after we got there, because it was at 1:14 that we got there, 16 minutes before that second photograph was taken. So the people in question that could have possibly done it are everybody possibly that could possibly have made this happen was me, Herlock, Sasato, Gina, the Skulkins, so that's 2. Or Gina. Did I say Gina already? No, I didn't say Gina. Did I say Gina? Wait. Skulkins. That's 2. Me, 3. Sasato, 4. Herlock, 5. Windabank, 6. Gina, 7. 7 people. But I'm not an option to even choose, so not me. I just don't think it would even make sense metagaming, but it wouldn't make sense for Mikatoba to be the option, so that leaves only 5 options.
homes on the home. God damn it. But I can't pick 2 people. So I don't think it would be them. Oh wait, I just realized. I just remembered. I don't know why I didn't put this together. Okay. This is the timeline. Around 1:14, we went in. We went into the pawnbrokery because we saw the light on and the door open. But then out of nowhere, the lights went off. I completely forgot about that. It went completely pitch black. And then the gunshot was heard. Right? We saw the 2 men. The light went out. And the gunshot was fired. Because in their haste, they knocked over the thing. So maybe it was them. That light was not broken until 1:14 a.m. And the only people that could have done it at that point was the Skulkins, me, Sasato, and Herlock. We already got Sasato and me out. So Skulkins or Herlock. But we weren't there at the time. Or at least we weren't near the counter. So it could only be the Skulkins. But I feel like it could only be one of them.
Take that!
It was the Skulkin brothers. Wait, let's not agree with what brothers said in testimony. I don't even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. My Facebook says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. But is this another lie? Is that what you're saying? Yes, I'm afraid so.
No, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that.
Quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. Perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely.
And why exactly?
As you can see from this photograph, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interests lie within the storeroom, not in the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pig purse. Common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. If you would, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she is a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by 2 thieves? No honor among thieves. Bang! Always gotta keep those hands clean. Gloves on or not, does not matter. You cannot touch anything you absolutely don't need to. Can you all see now? Think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Damn. Who are you communicating to?
Well, it would seem this trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call this summonation examination to conclusion, with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order this trial to continue.
Well done. Oh, by the way.
What? Oh, don't fucking do that. It was actually like, it froze for a second there. It froze for a second, and I am not about to have this fucking ruined. Why is it lagging? Don't tell me I'm like downloading shit. I'm not. And I had no notifications, so it's not like I was, nothing happened. Okay. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. You're gonna need it, though.
Lord Van Zykes, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony.
Yeet! I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Let's go! I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night, at least. And I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. Dun 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 dun. Oh, okay. Not only a little scrimbly, a little scrimblow. Why am I already heated, bro?
Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand.
Oh, they sweating. They fucking sweating. You got his fish and chips still, mate.
I presume you heard the defense's... I presume you heard the defense counsel's summonation examination?
Oh, yeah. Governor.
I did, Gav. I did.
Mr. and Mr. Skulkin.
Oh, blimey.
This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibank.
Nice it was. It was nice it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets.
However, that was a lie. You brothers. On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. Oh shit, dude, he's already fucking folding. We never done nothing of the sort.
How'd you figure that out?
He's like, bitch, shut the. He's like, he just turned to.
You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth.
Yeah, dude, fucking perjury is just. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. A thought worth pondering, perhaps? Say no more, Gav. We hear you.
We blab with squeak with peach.
Alright, we didn't knock a few things over. But we weren't rifling. But we weren't rifling for nothing.
It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump. And all that stuff went flying.
I mean, you didn't give me a fright. We was thinking the she'd come out that door and get us next.
We stuck everything back where we found it and scarpered. Right back. Straight into him in the black.
Couldn't have shot the pawnbrokers, see? Never even had the chance, did we?
Never assumed that. I never said that.
So you admit the defense's accusation? You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question.
Yeah. Well, ransacked have that, now.
That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yeah? Sorry.
By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all.
We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat?
Can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. He's actually the third Skulky. Been playing us for a fool. What did you knock over? I wanna confirm that you knocked over the lamp. If that's the case, and then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we?
We ain't, Nash, we ain't. If we admitted to something that like that, people would think we was up to no good.
Said Ringo. The old chinner. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well.
It's rotten luck.
Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses. Explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter?
You never
You never ransacked nothing.
Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Oh, sorry.
What went flying? So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Shocked one of us that much, yeah? This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on.
Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me dead granny could have woken up with that bang.
Big brother, yeah? Screamed like a blaming baby and fell over on the counter. Knocked over a load of books, candlestick, some skull, whatnot.
It got tangled in some marionette.
What knocked over a picture frame. What knocked them scales on the floor. Really mastered working quietly then.
What a racket! Me granny would have been scared back into her grave at a clatter like that.
So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some.
Is that right?
Oh shit! What do you gotta say?
I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and then all of a sudden, bam!
Excuse me.
Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying. Alright, what's all this mucking about? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now to what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? Probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it. Only, Well, fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. Why don't you just tell us what's on your mind?
I forgot. I forgot.
As you know, we brought these fellas in for the yard for his questioning last night. And the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now.
They fucked up.
Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot.
Might have, Gav, might have. Does ring a bell now you mention it.
Granted, only minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony, eh, fellas?
I discovered the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be. I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them.
We'll get it right this time.
That's it, yeah. It's all coming back to me now.
Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable mind, sirs. right you are, Gav.
Just before the gunshot, you heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun."
Oh shit.
Now that's a little...
Could have dropped my croissant.
Hold it!
So in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously.
We did, Gav. We did, Gav. We did.
Oh. Suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yelling all.
If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Wait. So there was another gun. There was another gun. I said this before. There were 3 guns, each firing 1 bullet. One we know was in possession by the skulkers, the skull, whatever. These fucks. That's the one that ended up in Herlock. One that ended up in the calendar, and one that ended up in Windabank.
Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell?
Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was.
From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windabank?
On my granny's life. Of course it was.
On his granny's life, of course it was.
Wait, wouldn't that would mean you have the same grandmother?
That you both knew Mr. Windabank and the sound of his voice? That would mean what?
What, Nash? What? Any ideas?
Yes, Counsel, indeed it would.
Nah, we didn't know that, geezer.
How I'm supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy club was giving us the evil eye?
You value your lives. You will ensure your testimony is accurate and true.
On me granny's life it is.
On his granny's life, it must be.
Good job his granny's dead. Dead grandma.
To summarize, then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the shop floor.
You make it sound like we're clumsy.
Don't forget we tidied it up like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun. Well, you should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Nah, mate, you didn't have to give me a fright.
He was thinking that she'd come out the door and get us next. Okay. So, he said, if you don't want to get shot, give me the gun. So that means he had his gun. He had his gun, and Gina had a different one. I'm gonna think about this. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Let's figure this out. Shit. Thinking should have come out of the door and get us next. But so I would assume that in this confrontation, this gun would be with Windibank, not Gina. This is Windibank's gun. So did he have another? Did he keep another? Did he have another freaking gun? He must have. Wait, if it was shot... If it was shot from the back... That wouldn't make sense. Why would he not be facing him? If it was shot from the back, that would contradict what they're saying about the confrontation. Because in that confrontation... Now, I mean, they're probably facing each other. Gina and Windibank. What the fuck? Hmm. I have a feeling we have to... Never had a chance. We're gonna refute this. There's gonna be I'm metagaming, but in the end, I feel like we need to prove, we need to get tangible evidence of which of when the lights went out, and that's the chance that they could have, perhaps. Look, what owned the place was holding the gun, so you savage fired.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Bet that was sight, eh? Two of them waving guns at each other must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Don't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver in his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head. That someone being himself, of course.
Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided.
Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger that on the night. Only the person who was gonna shoot beat him to it. Cooked his geese proper. Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." It was directly after those words you heard the gunshot. Well, then that's the same time, Grav.
Kind of thing.
Yes, career in acting, very tragically missed. They're so fucking shit.
Then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Well, everything went dead quiet. To that, done his slapdash. Job tidying the place up.
Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Herlock Sholmes. Oh, yeah, he was a bit hasty there.
We was, Nash, we was, truth be told. I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up.
Look, if you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand.
Good advice, miss, good advice.
Truth be told, me mind went totally blank.
Well, make sure you don't have a loaded gun.
It's a note made, miss.
After that, we legged it down the straight, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or somehow. So they clapped the derbies on us, like winking.
And after you've been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct?
Well, yeah.
And listen, that proves it, doesn't it?
Never had a chance.
But that's Cap. And why should we believe that?
Yeah,
What? Cause it's true, innit? Innit, bruv? Innit, bruv?
the place was totally empty when we went in.
At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery. Correct?
You've got it, mister.
Down to a T. So the Skulking Brothers never actually encountered Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I have no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they choose. You can all take that in and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris, thank you. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. There's another gun here. There's another gun here. That's obvious. Where is the other gun? It would be in his possession, so we should see a gun here, but there isn't. No, he wasn't. Okay, this is it. Okay, I logicked it out.
Objection.
So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibaker, was wielding a gun? Is that correct? And his Gav, you got the picture.
He is Nash, he is. No question.
And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Windibank was not holding a firearm.
You what?
Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Yeah, that mole toilet used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Unless you want to get shot. So that means that there was a gun.
Hold it!
There's another gun unaccounted for. Say exactly where you are, right there. If the crime had taken place as you've so colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and insignificant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out.
Goodness, are you sure, Counsel?
You intrigue me, my learned friend. Let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Autopsy report. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard the shout of "Gimme that gun," followed by the gunshot.
Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or so we have been led to believe.
Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly from being shot from behind. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency with your testimony. We got him, boys. We got him. Don't fall off your fucking soapbox. But it's on God's honest truth.
It is Nash, it is. When we was shot that night.
He had his gun in his hands. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun.
You fucked up. For a little Freudian slip. Little Freudian slip.
I mean, like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses. On that night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun, which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
Nash.
Got him.
Order! Order! Witnesses, explain yourself at once.
Now, the thing is, it weren't supposed to. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies?
I was so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we,
Cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. You blab now. You know what you'll do to us.
Oh, they're talking about that motherfucker. Eggs Benedict. Eggert.
Eggert.
Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. They're hired guns, bro. They were hired guns. Come on, the gang's up.
But you have our guts forgot us.
In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out.
On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again and explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place.
Do we have to? On pain of death.
I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
Alright. So we just got... Alright. So we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Give me that gun, he bellowed. And he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it.
I still don't know what voice I am for him, but I got Ringo down pat.
For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
I pulled me gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room.
He never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all what happened, I swear.
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably.
But honest, Governor, this time,
we ain't got nothing more to hide.
Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for.
You're still lying, though. The thing is, you still are lying. You're still lying. Because what happened?
Yeah,
So when they were talking about give me that gun, it was really here. It was really to them.
I fucking yeeted you, you little short stack. Fuck you. Took me over the counter.
He got fucking thrown. I just want to hear you make a fucking fool of yourselves talking about how you got yeeted like a little bitch. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony too.
Well, yeah, of course we did.
Knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot.
They got tangled in some marionette, or knocked over a picture frame, or knocked them scales on the floor.
So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things over. Yeah, big bravi. Went flying over the counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him.
Didn't actually did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds.
At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back into the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Oh, Mr. Winterbank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
Wait. So you're saying now, he said, give me that gun, before you pulled your gun, so there is another gun. One of these people had a gun. Dude, you're fucking sweating, bro.
Hold it!
You're schnussy. You mentioned that Mr. Winnebank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claim that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Yeah, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Oh well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Winnebank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey, Lummy. Wait. Was he ever? Blimey, Lummy. Great ugly barrel you had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Winnebank with the gun at the time, is that right? It is, Gov, it is, spot on. All of a sudden he came at us, he did. It was bedlam. Didn't know, who was going for who. We're clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean...
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Winnebank? Nah, never. I was just, you know... looking out for me bruv, weren't I? He was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man fled into the storm room when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away, then I ran off through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Winnebank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Guinea was in there waiting for him with a gun. Yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Winnebank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did that gun end up in Winnebank's hands again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Big brother here. That's right, Nash. That's right. Me and my brother. There's something sussy about this, and we can... I'm not gonna jump to any conclusions just yet.
Hold it!
You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. Old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, did he? What, it was from the inside? We know it was, because we tried to... It's a decent door. That one gun is strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could have possibly shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade.
It would indeed appear so. What say you to that, Consul?
I don't know. Is there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot Winnebank?
Why did they even try to go? Well, I can't just fucking not say that there could have been. Yeah, what? What's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this child changed completely. Did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Windibank? And it is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. I'm really bullshitting right now. I'm bullshitting. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counselor, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim?
Oh. Okay, now, I had this thought before. I didn't vocalize it, but I had this thought before. Okay. So, if we're to assume that Gina, in fact, did kill Windibank, that would mean that she would have had to shoot him from behind. But as the floor plan shows, to be behind him when he died would mean that the person would need to be outside of the storeroom or somewhere behind him, you know? Not right next to him. It would not had to have that angle. And she was knocked out. So that would assume that there was a scuffle. There's just too much shit.
Where was the victim at the time?
Understood, my lord.
Are you alright, Reno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun.
Take that!
And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Maybe I should have put him closer. I think that was it. They shot through the little peephole. They shot through the peephole.
Take that!
They shot through the peephole. Culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of the blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? Yes, okay, now that makes sense. Oh my god, that in that one moment, everything clicked. Holy shit. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I put me gun on him, and he led it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life. Or then, I would have said it would have been cooler with the people, but still, that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on from the findings of Scotland Yard, on a rising diagonal trajectory. Yep. So it was short stack, fucking Ringo. Oh man, Shotwell was running as fast as he could. To safety. Of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it still could have entered his body on an upward trajectory. Or it could just be Ringo.
Objection.
It could be Ringo. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. It could have been a locked door after it was closed. I've been saying this from the beginning. That you could have a door be locked and not be closed. Just close the door and you can't open it again. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But, what if someone else locked that door? Yes, there was someone else who could have locked the door. Is that so?
Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside?
He had to shut it from the inside and lock it. I could make a theory for Gina, although it doesn't take into account the fact that she was found knocked out. But I could say she was hiding in there, and okay, here's my game theory. 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. Before, okay, 1 a.m. Gina Lestrade came in and did have the gun. And that's how she got into the storeroom. The second that, when they got into the storeroom, that's when the Skulkin brothers came in. Gina stayed in the storeroom while Windabank left the storeroom. Probably took the gun or whatever, something. I don't know. Now that I'm thinking about it, kind of weird, but still. And okay. So Windabank gets the gun back and uses it outside in the main room. Runs back after they pulled the gun on him. Gets shot. Gina says, "Fuck that shit." Closes the door and locks it to protect herself. And hides in the corner so she couldn't be seen. Probably grabbing Windabank's gun for protection too. I could see that happening. So I'm gonna say Gina. The fact that the door was locked was for her safety.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom, the defendant.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around the neck.
I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel?
It was out of protection. No, don't fucking falter. That's a tricky one, that, isn't it?
Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom. Remember that.
But of course, Guinea would have locked the door. Almost goes without saying, doesn't it? Yeah. Iris, this is why this is why you're the fucking GOAT. You get me. You get me. This fucker that I'm controlling, this body, this fucking meat puppet he doesn't know shit. We know shit, Iris. We see shit. It does? Well, if I was Guinea in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Windibank were at the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. This is exactly how I fucking described it. My game theory is on point. Intruders? Oh, that's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the store. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I say where you're going. We're going with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
What I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers have had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. You fucked up. Still, now we're gonna have to we're gonna have to explain why she had the gun and why was she knocked out. She probably didn't want to leave in fear of her own life, and she probably took the gun for protection. Oh, first time ever, and probably the last. You think you've done it? Do you think you'd give a verdict not? Dude, he's doing the sus face. An admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing?
You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zykes? I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive.
I dare say. Such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performances in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. What? The hypothesis you put forward is so ostensibly credibly. The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your own logic's failing?
Lord Van Zykes,
Might be an idea to explain this bodily conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. Fatal flaw is my learned friend's argument is really Really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count guns. You fucking idiot. Oh dear. He knows them. Huh? What's everyone talking about? I'm the only one on fucking point here. Yes, sir. Tell the court how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime. Two bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Sherlock Holmes, on his arrival at the scene.
Your friends presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings.
No. That was there before. That was there before he was shot. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. We know of. Wait, dude, we have the surgeon that worked on him. I bet my fucking left testicle that the surgeon on jury right now is the same one who did Sherlock Holmes surgery. All we gotta do is ask him, yo, did you or did you not find a bullet within his body? Was there an exit wound? That's all we need to know. And then we gotta find the third gun, which was presumably... I bet each of the brothers carried a gun. However, belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkins brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun.
Yes, indeed it does. Single bullet from each.
Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Sherlock Holmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness. You'll find that if the single bullet that was fired from the brothers hit Holmes, it means gonna be not shot by the same gun. But now I have to think, how did... There was 3 shots fired, but we only heard 1, and that one was the one that entered Sherlock. How did we not hear the other ones? I want to know that. How did we not hear other gunshots? We are like seconds, literal seconds away. We were seconds away from where it is. Feet, literally. Yes, the Sneapanese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument, however, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. No, we'll logic this out. Don't fucking falter, you little bitch.
Order! Order!
Yeet! Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery.
Lord Van Zykes!
But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can regrettably no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has past riddled with criminal conduct. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. That's a little hard to... In my possession. We can find it. Finally, we get the fucking... We get to spray this bitch. The last bit. In the blood, we know who it belongs to. To fucking Eggert. The desk.
I now that I think about it, if we're getting only like just now getting the disc, like what was even the purpose of the caramel bit? Because the caramel bit was about him being able to press the thing. Like, yeah. I wonder what that caramel bit was about. Him being able to make an impression. Wrong guy. Whatever. 'Cause that never came into play. The music box. Disc. McGilden's music box. Disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Winnebank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add. But by brute force, in brazen impudence.
Good gracious.
Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril.
I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box into evidence, Counsel.
Hold it!
Lord Van Sykes,
Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. Too bad. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zykes at all. I am unaware of such a meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Too bad, so sad. Inspector, I am the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord.
Indeed. Bailiff!
You just signed your own death warrant. That was the one thing you shouldn't have done. The one thing. Prosecution has established the accused motive, opportunity, and baseness. Baseness. No, you are simply too dull for this. You forgot that I am a fucking god. We don't fuck with blood. I don't fuck with blood. You're right, just a small smear, but definitely blood. Noticed that before. Okay, this is it. What color of blood? Is it green? Holy shit. We know it. We know who was here before. Eggert. This is the blood of Eggert. This is Eggert's blood. Because he cut himself on this like a fucking idiot, and that was his own death warrant. That color. What is it? Just that green. Don't be like, you know what it is. The game is like, you know what it is. It's like, yeah. Like, it came up so many times. It's not like it was a while ago. It's not, yeah. What, you have dementia? Like, goddamn. We know who it is. Don't say unknown. You're a stupid idiot. It's the same color, you stupid idiot. There we go. This is done. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. I don't believe it.
I had the jury on my side for once. For all of 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Runo.
My lord, and if I may say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman.
Something about a bit of a fall up until now, if truth be told. All of a sudden. That's as boldly obvious to me and my men. Only one thing for it.
Very well. Court will hear from the jury.
Yes.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Nah. Don't even fucking sweat it. Don't even sweat it, bro. I'm not even sweating at this point.
We have a consensus among the jury, it seems.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. That's my line. I wrote that for Hurley. Oh, how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be. There's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Windibank. That's beyond any doubt.
Very well. We will proceed with the second summonation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready?
Irridiv Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir.
Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty.
Fuck. What if you're all fucking wrong? Fuck. It's your boy, light-skinned lawyer.
Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation could cause me such grief.
You're still on about this. Do you even know what's going on?
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see it. I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about gun. Oh, then can you identify the bullets? Perhaps?
Seems there is little remaining room for doubt.
To admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When that fell apart, like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. The whole courtroom is turning against me. It's not fair. Iris? That prosecutor's being mean. He's a meanie pants. Just because Genny's done some things that she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out eventually.
That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summonation examination.
Yes, my lord. Round 2, baby. Light-skinned lawyer back in action. I bet we're gonna need a stereoscope. We're gonna fucking prove this guy wrong, and it's gonna shatter his worldview. Once again. No, fuck off. I don't care. You, still fucking talking about this operation. Get your head in the game. Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here.
Oh, well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it was nothing to do with this trial, to be honest.
Yes, this is where we find out. This is where I put my left testicle on the line. He was the surgeon that operated on Herlock. Huh?
I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think?
Wait, what? Oh no. Oh no. My left testicle. He's not a surgeon. He's a... Is he a coroner? Like, I thought he was a coroner at first, but then he said he was a surgeon, and then I'm like, okay, that makes sense if he was Herlock's. Wait, no.
What was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock? Oh,
Okay, my left testicle is intact. Let's go.
Herlock?
Herlock Sholmes, by any chance?
Yes, good lord. Who's that Herlock fellow?
What? You're the surgeon that operated on Sholmes.
That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you.
This is crazy.
Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. Funny thing is, I went over his insides with the fine-tooth comb and I couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw my hands up and just stitch the fellow back up.
I hate to state the obvious, but
Yes?
surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting.
The counsel for the defense is correct. As is clearly shown in the photographic print. Bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, and exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door.
I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensionally.
Who do you think I am, son?
Well, juror number 4 is about the best I can do.
As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over.
Like a pancake. Are you saying that you checked his back?
Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. A sign that the...
So there was an egg... What? Was there no entry wound? Was there an entry wound? But no exit wound. It's still in him. The bullet is still in him. What?
That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet is still somewhere inside the man's innards.
This is exactly why I said about slicing him up.
I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it?
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together. An expert? I got the man for you. I got the man for you.
Objection.
These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. I am not doing this in order to create discord between the jurors. I swear to you. Oh, a ballistics expert. Pitting. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound on his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged into the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Violin. Nice, pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts that is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night, there was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold.
Golly.
The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how you say, exit wound.
Then, where did the bullet go?
Bullet never hit.
Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced body. Oh. That's why he acted like he got shot, but we never saw any blood. Like, we never saw any blood. There was no blood, so I didn't think he got shot. It made deep wound that looks like bullet wound.
Good gracious.
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that is solution to the mystery of disappearing bullet.
But that doesn't answer the question at all.
Hmm?
The shooting happened in the pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country.
No, true facts. But, like, also, you're wrong. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. You know? Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach, sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears the little pouch on his belt. Pouch? Actually, I never noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. Where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigation. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing?
Well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may, Lord Van Zykes? While I realize that it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during summonation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Thank goodness, I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment.
Since then, it's been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Very well. While extremely unconventional during the summonation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents this item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch. I see. This is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question.
Look at that! One of the files is broken. And the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if it exploded.
Exploded?
So, that night, the bullet from Skulkin Brothers' gun struck Sholmes' pouch.
And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury.
This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. No, that doesn't make sense, because then... but that's not his blood. That wasn't his blood. There is another gun and another bullet that we have yet to find. I know that for a fucking fact.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least.
No, it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remains unaltered.
At least the mystery solved. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man.
Thank you very much. Glad I could help.
Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch as evidence.
Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Yeah, bitch.
Now, summonation examination. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion,
Literally one. We just started, bro. Anyway. Oh. Look, there's a hole. Doesn't look much like a bullet hole, but clearly something's ripped through the leather with great force. They must have pierced it somehow to have left this hole behind. Looks that way. Someone's in his pouch. Both took a beating, didn't they? Yeah, but look at that shit, bruh. There it fucking is! This file's been smashed into pieces. Where the bullet struck. As soon as the bullet hit the chemical in the file, it would have been a really big explosion. Well, Hurley's potions and chemicals are amazingly useful for the investigation work he does, but they're also quite tricky to handle. Safely at least, they're very dangerous. I'm sure that when this file broke, the chemical inside must have ignited. Note to self, always walk on the right-hand side of Sholmes in the future. Left is the danger zone. Yeah, the bullet? That's what I wanted to look at. I can't find anything out of place. Bitch! Squish badly there. The strap is broken, look. Must have been where the bullet hit them. Let me see. There is the fucking other bullet! Finally! Holy shit! Okay, now we have confirmed the existence of 3 bullets. Now, with this, we can confirm that there is a gun unaccounted for. Cause the 2 guns accounted for have 1 bullet each that has been fired. They both show signs of 1 bullet being fired each. So where is this 3rd bullet coming from? Another fucking gun. Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see it? That's Skulkin's brother's bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. Oh wait, no, this is not her. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired. Found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. Get fucked. Please, my lord, a little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue. Can't afford to overlook anything here, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. No, you're wrong, plus shut the fuck up.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them has been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although... Yes? Sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests, rather, like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere, of which we're unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet. Could that be possible? I can prove it. Allow me to show you then, the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question at Windibank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Hold it!
What is this new trickery, you Nepalese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch.
You didn't even bother to look? Dude. This pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to the hospital. Since then, it's been touched by no one.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night?
Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch.
But that makes no sense whatsoever. You already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print.
2 guns fired from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence.
Yes, that of Mr. Winnebank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers.
An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet has been fired from each. What that must mean? That's right. We now know on the night in question 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered. Until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Get fucked.
Order! While the summonation examination remains incomplete, court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summonation examination.
What?
Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
Yeah, fuck y'all thought, bruh. He's the reigning champ. He's the guy. He's big guy. You gotta listen to him.
Witnesses.
Governor?
Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summonation examination?
We was, Governor. We was. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A 3rd bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov? Is it one of yours?
God blimey, here, Gov, God blimey, not a chance.
In that case, did you have an accomplice?
What? Never. The Skulkin brothers never work alone.
It's just the 2 of us, that's our trademark.
How soon we forget poor Sulky. Sag. Only 2 of the bullets fired from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The 3rd bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's an edge scratcher.
They wouldn't know. I don't think they know. Because that we're thinking that I don't know what we're thinking, to be honest. I don't think they actually know, and it was a completely different situation.
Counsel for the defense.
Yes.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. 3rd bullet. The mysterious missing firearm from which they came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this 3rd bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. This 3rd bullet, so it's talking about the one that ended up in the thing. Okay, no, they had another gun. On that night, at Winnebank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been in possession of another gun. We know that only 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms already in the court record. Got a gun up the ass or something? The logical conclusion, therefore, is that the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summonations. Yet in all that time there has not been a murmur of a 3rd man. This is apparently wraith. If this apparently wraith-like being exists.
court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. Secondly, the identity of this spurious character. Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, Counsel,
I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal that person's identity. I can do that. Never falter. Don't be a bitch. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me, if it will make a difference.
in that case, Counsel, I would like to ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have that there was a third intruder present at the scene?
I guess it would be this, yeah.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. The portfolio.
By Jove, that portfolio again, is it?
Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more Pacific. Pacific, I said that. Damn it, fuck. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of a third intruder. Well, which one is it? We're gonna go back.
Take that!
Same fucking one.
What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar.
That's a blood stain, my lord.
A blood stain?
Green blood. Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? It's something developed by Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective. Would mention stuff not yet appeared in stories. It's this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with different elements in people's blood to change its color.
Different elements? People's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So, by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. There's a whole extra dimension to be looking at blood. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank.
Striking blue.
Yes, so you see, the green color of this bloodstain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop.
Now, hold fire there, young man. Could there be some unrelated incident? Could it be from some unrelated incident, couldn't it?
No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day.
But whose blood was it?
Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries, which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Eggert Benedict.
Take that!
The man's name is Eggert Benedict.
Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, Counsel?
He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, me lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Windibank for a print showing the fellow. Man, so many people appeared on this shit. Like, right on time. Taken from one of his red-handed recorder Yes, it's him talking to Windibank that morning.
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice?
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? They can't say it, cause never seen the geezer in my life. Before my life. On me life, Gov, on me life. Never seen him.
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Show us the evidence. You must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is a filthy criminal, as you say. This is it. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it, kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, Counselor?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Because
Take that!
as I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully, admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibank.
Which is when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. Dumb fuck, goddamn, cut his fingy. Very well.
What do you think you're doing?
Tramp. Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. These protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed, and the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now.
Goodness, bloodstain, is it?
My assistant and I have just analyzed the blood stain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger. Yes, and we've added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green! The exact same color of the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day,
is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that night. Look at his pit stains. He's sweating. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we could ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. Protagonist of a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or some such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court of the land? You expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned a shade of green, what of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world can turn the same color. Well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Sholmes's word for it. Shit. I knew it would come to this. Of course Sholmes's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body, but what other choice did I have? I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there just said about how he was temporarily suspending the summonation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Good grief! What did you just say, young girl?
And in a summonation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now.
She's right. Young lady, you have quite a devious mind.
It just really comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say. Is that about right, would you say, or did I misunderstand something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes's partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd precis of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summonation has yet to reach its conclusion.
This is absurd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on the matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Guilty.
Oh shit.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Oh.
Such is the outcome of the summonation.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
On what grounds?
These jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender of real police work, and they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Sykes, but the outcome of the summonation cannot be ignored. This trial will continue.
Get fucked.
Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible.
What?
The name of the gentleman gave for himself quite clearly false.
I don't believe it. Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Can I say something? Who's that?
Who was that? Please, who spoke?
Don't tell me. That's your fucking brother. That's your goddamn brother. Is that why you're here? Because you're a brother? Is that who you're communicating to? Do you have the same kind of golden bleached hair? Actor. Yeah, me, man. Wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. Wonder which gentleman is shown. Oh, yep, they're fucking related. They are related. Alright, this one you mean, Mr. Benedict? Yes. Out of my mind. Juror number 5. You don't mean to say. You know this man? Have you dreamed this man? Yes, I know him. What?
Good gracious! Order! Order! Juror number 5, how on earth?
As we can clearly see. Also a communications officer. He works in my office. Doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he's a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose that's it. I suppose that's why I felt something was wrong.
If the gentleman is at London's communication station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Van Zykes, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Make the necessary arrangements with all haste.
As your lordship bids. I thought they were related. They looked like they would have been.
The new witnesses, when the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene his testimony.
Yes, my lord.
I'd like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during recess.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Very well, court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m.
God damn. Yo, this shit crazy. Part 3. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? All this trouble and fight so hard with the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? I mean this. The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. That is pretty damning, I will say. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It actually managed to catch some people. Crazy. Helpless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it. Ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. Can't think I'm still innocent. Of course I can. All I'm gonna say, one more year. One more year, and she's my stunner. Wait a minute. Actually, wait. Okay, fuck it. No, she's my stunner.
If I could say, if Sasato can be my stunner, she can be my stunner. I'm sorry, Sasato, but you're out. You're out. Gina's in. As stunner girl. Annie, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Runo's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Right. Alright then. After you had that dinner, get out your place, right? Right, Iris? We all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. Slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. To Winterbank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of Baskervilles. We still haven't figured out why the fuck Sasato knew that name. That is still pretty sus. I don't know what's about or nothing. If you ask me, there's something in there and that Sholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. That's why I lied to Iris about sticking it in log with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when. What you think you're doing? Nearly died. I did. Next thing I knew. I got the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what.
Here, listen. You're out the road. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery.
The mantle script. You got it here? Sholmes leave a load of papers with you. A story.
I beg your pardon?
And the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it.
I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish any article belonging to one of my customers.
I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here. That's all. Now this makes sense. For that scene to unfold, that picture to come out, and them still not being, aggressive towards each other. I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go.
Oh, very well then. For pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you?
When the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, we both went inside. He was there, alright. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. Did all that just to check for me, Guinea? Anyway, and there was a bit of kick-up out in the main bit shop. Skulkin Brothers arriving on the scene. Oh wait, Skulkin Brothers arriving on the scene. Yeah. What's that noise? Someone's breaking in.
Here, is there some burglars convention here tonight I don't know about?
I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry.
Better go and take care of it. I possibly have my gun back?
Oh, well, I'll come with you and...
No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances.
And with that, I took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. Lying back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap. So I think I should help, see? So I was just about to go to the storeroom myself when 2 bangs. Had a couple shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And there was me feet laying down, face down on the floor. So the shots rang out so close to each other that everybody thought it was one. I was right next to the storeroom door. I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because he thought that whoever shot Mr. Winterbeck might come for you. Yeah, so I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbeck was a goner. Felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Oh, she fainted. After that, I don't remember nothing. It must be been when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was I kept telling lies, I'd make things up, make things even worse for me. You'll be alright, Kenny? Don't worry. Stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove what was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict. Still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there. He was there that night. Don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Guinea. Donato. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it's only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I can never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time. The pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what happened. But what if I'm lying? You could be working with another killer. You could be working to get another killer off the hook, for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? For it. Don't go into too much detail. You're talking about possibly your assistant's dead father. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime was pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. There was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. Best friend. My man. Ryunosuke. No one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. Even then, somewhere inside of me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. then, I came to realize, you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What you saying? I promise you, Gina, no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded. I know that. That's right. You're our friend, Guinea. Iris. Well, we know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusions that you're someone we can trust. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Still not auto.
Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Be sent into the courtroom immediately.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Here we go. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato. I hope you're watching over me too, partner.
Don't say the final battle, because this is not the final chapter. There's so much unresolved shit.
I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness?
The subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem.
I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case heard by the court this morning. Glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector.
Yes, I can only apologize, my lord.
Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom.
It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. Very big mistake.
My lord, subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building.
Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Eggert Benedict. Didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this.
Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such a short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, communications officer. AG. Okay, so that's his actual name. I work at London Central Communication. Now, perhaps would somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You know, praise at the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This is really is beyond a joke, you know. I have no clue what voice to give him.
Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
Yes, his gesticulations are back. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Yes, pish posh. Yeesh. I'm trying to, like, find myself. Actually, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But you are seriously suggesting that I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
So, you deny the accusation completely, do you?
I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by his self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today.
By golly,
How long am I expected to be detained here?
if following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Good. And I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least.
Let us not hold Mr. Graydon any longer then. Necessary counsel will proceed with the cross-examination.
So, meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Inosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. You have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I'm not holding onto your flashy hat while we do. Look at this shit. So I cannot use anything to do with blood as evidence anymore. That's what I'm concluding. We're gonna have to use that stereoscope again, aren't we? We have to get that picture submitted. We have to get that, the picture of him submitted. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? For not to give anything away. It could be tricky.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? Have you dreamed this man? This pair? No, I don't associate with the criminals. Did my man introduce themselves as Eggard Benedict? I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Racist. Well, needless to say.
Hold it!
I'm gonna have to press everything. Where were you around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? This is past the hour of which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese. For you to appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Silent victory, Wiggle. Thanks. It's weird that everything moved on that counter.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shulm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shulm's chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Shulm's character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, aren't we? Boy, they.
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Yeah, what, me? No, the one next to you. Well, I've had it up the air with this. How many times I've got to tell you? Yes, I know you're not Big Brother's...
Nash. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
God blimey, Governor.
You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Yeah, me thoughts.
Don't have none of them. It must have been him. It must have been him.
You what?
Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gav, nothing. I was just thinking,
If he waves his arm around like that much more to open up the wound again. Little Freudian slip, you little shitter. You little dumbass. What wound?
you took the bullet, of course.
Ain't gonna be healed up yet.
Why was I? Well, I was worrying for him.
I mean, you just literally just. Oh, else bells. You literally just said it. Bruh. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord?
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Well, we know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm, or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow the court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. No. Fuck off. You can't do that. You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. I didn't. I won't claim that. The common thieves over there did. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Fucker.
I know my rights.
As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
Claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Windibank's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added with Mr. Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
Anything? Dude, come on. Surely.
Objection!
Surely you're not that stupid. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? Okay. That's a good poker face. I'm still gonna fucking crack you like a goddamn twig, though. This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Dina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc.
Oh yes, or something from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps.
That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the spear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch.
Indeed it must.
Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow the court officer to examine your arm. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb?
Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, it would seem I underestimated you.
What? What is the meaning of this?
So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant.
Order! Well, Mr. Graydon.
It would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? Well, it's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of a pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Although I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc that says for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Did I hear you correctly, sir? Gilded, you said? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in the very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder?
Yes, my lord. The one and the same.
Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted?
Yes, that is correct.
Order. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again.
According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit at Winterbanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? Well, in all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason.
Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the salubrious areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade didn't know such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. I came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. Get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear?
Yes, my lord. And I will continue with my testimony. For what possible use it can be. What is... Oh, wait. Oh, the three... That's the pawnbroker's stamp. That's what that whole thing was. Okay.
Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But, like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. When I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. Merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. I can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? Oh wait.
Objection!
No, I already did this. Never mind.
Objection!
It's taken by the police. Huh.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This is the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to missing as evidence.
Excuse me.
Isn't that right? Something wrong, Inspector? Well... What do you mean? The last remark Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Yeah, no, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? Oh, I can't tell you something like that, sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Agnes McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out and we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Bottom line is, you want to get more out of me? I'm gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? Like there's something going on between Gregson and Van Zykes.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony.
This. The box. The thing that has gone unsolved. This was the other item. The other item that he was expecting.
Objection.
I fucking got him. This disc was deposited. This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection.
Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks. And as his second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into that shop last night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers.
This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box.
Rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point.
Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord.
Would you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Dykes?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On that night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What?
Good gracious.
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. And these red-handed recorders again! Previously explained using the plan of the shop's layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Guild's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident. 9 p.m., 13th of April to be precise, means it would have been on the shelves, the forfeited item in the shop's front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident, at 11 p.m. on the 15th of April.
A very full shop.
Then we have another print. It was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Oh, it's time.
I see. So 2 pictures to compare.
Hold up. I gotta do the thing. Okay, I think I get it now. I think I actually I notice what's jumping out. What's jumping out, I see, is this tin, this little tin. Ah.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache.
Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. Explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life.
So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector.
Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. I could have just shown that he'd stolen Gilded's pawn box. I've been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? I know what you did. Trust me, Ryunosuke does not speak for me. I am not a dumb shitter.
Counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position?
1 second.
Seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints? There's a blind spot. How the cameras are set up, I thought of this earlier. There is a blind spot for one. If I could use a piece of evidence, what would it be? Could there be a hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints? I guess use a piece of evidence and use the stereoscope, because we have it in the court record for a reason. It was supposed to be used, and we have yet to use it, and this seems like a better time than any. Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may.
Try something? What do you mean, Counsel?
I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy.
I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify the discrepancy?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the prints stereoscopically. Dude, he's getting a boner. He got a boner here stereoscopically. I already knew that he was gonna be like, fuck. Oh my god, yes! Sure, number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, look through the eyepiece. Wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints.
You must identify the location in question for the court, Counsel.
I wonder what it could be. The only fucking visible shit. Could I have done that without it?
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Help me. Wait! Unbelievable.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary!
What this tells us is very simple. The gilded small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilda is in fact?
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
They weren't after the small box. They were after what was in the bitch.
Mindless guesswork. What if it was?
So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything, man. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. Is the gun in there?
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zykes. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
Fucking Truxican standoff.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth.
To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zykes.
This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Well, I don't give a fuck about what you think. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument, to explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen would have.
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstratable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to the case?
Well, what's the matter, Runel? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yeah, yes, of course. You and I both know that. You know McGilded's true character. You know this disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Guinea, could it be that Van Zykes knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe. This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What did you mean? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runel? Sooner or later, the truth comes out? Every time? Alright. The exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank. Something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? I gotta. Balls to the walls. It could. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
Oh, what proposal, counsel?
While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibank's by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have.
Lord Van Zykes, would you care to explain that last remark?
The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself.
Very well. If you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
You don't have your hat. I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina. It's time. Now this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runel. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago.
Yes, I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded.
omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my niece friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in the omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there were only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged, that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does his omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade? Would you tell the court now, please, what really happened on the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade. This is extremely important. What? Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Paris, we're on your side. Alright then, we'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawn articles in that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware of. I have no idea how to pronounce that. So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Zyck said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, that brickmaker cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I had a scream from over me head. The pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout, and threatened me not to snitch. Not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief. This is outrageous. What you just told to the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It's very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up his most wicked of schemes.
Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
Ron, the lot of you. Mr. Nardo's the lawyer there. He didn't know nothing about it.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequence are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mr. McGilded, of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord.
I mean, Mr. Naruhodo.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the calf lying on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the calf with the knife in his belly up on the seat.
What did he say to you at that time?
Tell me not to say a word about what I seen or what I heard. And no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought he didn't go along with it. He'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived. Asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First it was some kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. Must have looked down through the roof, through the skylight, and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGilded got me out of sight.
Out of sight? Where?
Back into the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, two cows from the roof ran off and fetched the slops. If they had immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were... If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. That left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. They had the cabin door open, and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes, he also testified in that trial, I believe.
Peppo. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. What the?
Excuse me.
Hey yo, you got something to say? Something you'd like to share with the court? Inspector, Mr. Graydon. Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us. Dude, that's actually crazy that I picked up on that without the cue. Dude, I'm a gamer. What's that discussion about? Discussion? This fella? Well, the other one, Sunshine. You got anything to talk about? Think I've got anything to talk about with this shady gent like this? With nothing to say to this uncouth detective after you deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. Well, they've been talking this entire time. I've been cross-examining. As if they've been negotiating.
You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony.
Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about?
Mr. Strahd, continue with your testimony, please.
Stop being sus. Now I'm gonna keep an eye on them. Well done, Gina. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Kenny's really put faith in you, Will, now. Yeah. And to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once his trial was over. We're going to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment, underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. Pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. I'm keeping an eye on you, I hope you know that, fuckers.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. Well, I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, if I had to say. I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind?
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder and it started to sound like a proper fight. Pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. Blooming loud and all.
And I believe you let out an involuntary scream?
Yeah. That's what gave me away.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street.
Just a moment, Consul. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand.
Indeed, Lord Van Zykes.
Gilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like, before handing it over. And when I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat, and what's in it, it's got to be worth a few bob. Gina was sure the disc must have be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery. Driver looked pretty happy when Gilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Threatened me not to snitch, say nothing. What seen or heard. Threatened you? How exactly? Tell me I'd only be able to stop her if I did what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said. Which was? Tell me I'd have to hang on the ticket from the pawn shop. Make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
So that if you didn't show up, you get the ticket off me. Before 2 months passed, I'd go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with a few brass to pay for it.
Really? Why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police? Makes no sense at all.
There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. I can't, there's no amendment. I couldn't amend anything. Huh.
Hold it!
Was it district sometimes? I'm keeping my eye on you, bitch. Okay.
I'm guessing I gotta look for what they're talking about in the background.
Hold it!
Maybe I should press, or not press, whatever one it was in which they were talking to themselves, I ignore it, or at least they're probably done.
Website where?
Well, because I know I never finished that statement. I interrupted it with the pursuit. Oh shit. I got all the information.
I believe we now have reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus.
It appeared on the night 2 months ago. A negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. This disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, but I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after its trial, I knew that. You decided you were trying to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? We're going to be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime.
Mr. Lestrade, it appeared Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
I ain't got a clue. Well, I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. The box. Let's go, let's go, let's go. There's nothing in the box, bro. There's nothing in the fucking box. Is there nothing in the box? I swear to fuck. There's gonna be dick all in that box, bro. Or maybe it's gonna be like a false back or a false bottom. Sort of thing. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh, what if it's a music box that can actually play the disc? Whoa, that would be fucking crazy. I hope we're almost done. My voice is hoarse, and it's 11:15 at night. But goddamn, I can't stop this again. Like, I already stopped this case. Is this really the final trial? Is episode 5 the last one? It would make sense. This is like the longest. Like, I'm reaching 2, like, normally a chapter would take like 7 hours.
But this one's been taking fucking, like, 14.
So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Oh, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Dick all. It is a music box.
Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems.
Wow. Though in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is there too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord.
So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc,
What if after all this time it really is the Toreador's song?
posited at Windibank's at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus.
But why? For heaven's sake. Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I gotta go potty. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord.
Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc, I please. Hold it! Wait, my lord!
This has something to do with the fucking crazy government secret shit.
What's the meaning of this?
This music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But now, this piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of the prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Fuck off with your fish and chips, you fucking blimey.
No further delays. Play the disc.
That's not Toreador's song. It's an encoded message.
What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music.
No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Oh shit, dude, it's a sleeper. He's a fucking sleeper agent. That was his fucking... Dude, he's a fucking sleeper agent. Oh wait, no, because he knows what it means. 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 He's a communications major, bruh. This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. No, you're a fucking liar and you know it. Can't be. Obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back.
Well, with much regret. I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in way of clues.
Kappa. We heard what exactly we needed to hear.
Are you ready to move on, Counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from this box possibly be a new clue? It's fucking Morse code. Or at least some form of code. This dude's a communications guy. My whole thing is the fact that this guy's trying to get this disc. It would not surprise me. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning.
It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside them has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it. It's making him appear extremely on edge. That's the stance of the defense, my Nepalese friend. Answer me this. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Get that? The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Now you told us. Now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are, to enlighten us, my Nepalese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. Got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Now? Just examine the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it only produced a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. It isn't broken. It must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Ronal. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one. Yeah. Very familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music is not in fact music at all. And what the devil is it, Council?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer. The prosecution demands that my learned Nepalese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm gonna get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of this sound on the music box is...
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Parishes in Pit-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of the cause.
Flip that bitch over. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Oh, hey, sir. Whatever's the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communications station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For your sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal the act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. In order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would have incriminated him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Thanks for the alley-oop, bruh. I did, I'm sure.
Witness is reminded that crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, being a most litigious offense, which the law of this land sanctions as capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed.
Hold it!
Well, let's have a rabbit and porky, governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo. But we ain't baddies enough to sell out on Motherland.
Go.
On my... Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Me, a communications officer, can possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. There's some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway. Was it not? I have no relation to the man.
all we done is break into the gaff the other night, like what you told us to do.
If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Mr. Skulkin.
What does this do, Governor? What's up?
I take it that you now admit to the crime, and on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Graydon.
We did, Gav. We did.
Wipe down, please. What say you to that, Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter.
Getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. Never said nothing about no government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight up job.
What about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
I should know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations.
Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence.
Before the black overcoat. Of course, before we do that, oh, what is it, Vale now? I've just noticed something. Looks like the bottom opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here's go. Another music. So does that mean you can set another disc play? 2 discs playing at the same time would complete the Morse code. It's only 1/2. So I think so. Looks like there's 2 movements linked together at the same time. Oh, that's big. Oh, that's big. Oh, that's big. Oh, that's big. Well, we don't have another disc. Don't tell me this is where the caramel comes in. Don't fucking tell me. Bullshit. I doubt. I refuse.
Hold it!
Touched what exactly? So, did you know nothing about this music box? Nights ago, you did indeed break into Winnebank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of sign begging you to go in. All along, weren't you?
Huh. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Though all this talk about interception of secret government is still just conjecture. No, that was Mr. Mason. Don't tell me he actually is fucking related. Mason Milverton. Yeah, they know something, and they're not giving it up. That's what I need to do. Fuck this guy. Don't care. Don't care, so don't care.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah? That works, eh? Silly me thought it was just popping over for a natter. After all the years. Have a dodgy job for us. After all these years? So, let me stop you there. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's... In old China? The fuck?
Excuse me.
No, the other skulking. Don't... Oh, no, me. How's you to react? Yo, Dave said so. Ever. Right or left, together way back when. Is he the other brother? Yeah, we've had champagne. You look at him now and he's fancy. In his fancy whistle and flute. When it Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from poor part of town like us. Oh shit. He's from the East End? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. He was coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Ain't that the truth? Milverton! That's where the fucking name comes in. There it is! There's our connection! That was... Corker. Milverton? No, that is important. Milverton. Oi, that geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. And did nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not... No. I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant? Yes. 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 They said the word. Milverton. Fuck, dude. That scared me. I have my clothes hung up around my door and I thought it was an apparition. I'm a little squanky. I'm a little squanky. Yes, Counsel, the brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information. They said the name. They said the Milverton. He was a Milverton.
Ash was a Milverton. That detailed briefly, I hasten to add. I just need to confirm. You're asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Yeah, going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. The business name. This business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. Thought clever clogs like you have worked it out. Oh, he stopped it. Enough of this. Because he knows the second this gets out, he's fucked. He's fucked every way to Sunday. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Was I, well... happiest at homes. It weren't the happiest at homes. That one we came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money at so much. Wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then. I shall always be a Milverton to us. Milverton. That used to be your surname. Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton. Is that correct? There. Yes. There we go. He knows he's fucked. That information could change things. Could turn out to be extremely important. Nah, bruh. I know what's happening. I fucking got him. I got him by his balls. I got him by his taint. His little tiddly taint. Thank you. Fucking cap. Fucking cap.
Hold it!
Mr. Mason was a single man. Nothing to his name. Lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Hence, though, does it? Secret government information. That fucking dude, he had the smirk like he's about to make fun of me for not having an air fryer. Somebody acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Dear me. Okay, I can't expand that one part anymore. But I know that's what I need to do. Okay.
protection.
Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked by the memory of Sasato. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive!
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you've been illegally acquiring confidential government information and selling it to on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. This is slander. I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but has nothing to do with me. And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disc contains sort of messages in Morse code has been reliably disproven by a professional and independent communications officer, no less. I need another disc, because there's another disc.
The relationship between the victim and the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel.
No.
I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Alright, so Morse code uses 2 tones. I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct tones. Really good luck over the music box through now.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please.
I must only maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. I need to find that other disc. Second movement. Two tones. But update that information, please, Smile.
Hold it!
They're not? Anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for a few seconds. Of course, of course. I look so genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Listen, you're in court? Just code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes. Short dot and a dash. See. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced, you only hear one tone, don't you? There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. You shouldn't be so surprised. Did I tell you? The music box is nothing more than a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying the subject matter before casting aspersions in future. I mean, the government secrets were somehow being leaked using a music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Yes! Holy shit! There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend? Repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I am well aware of that. And what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Yes, it's a fucking button. Yes.
Got it!
Got it, you fucking bugger.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box?
What? It appears, my lord, that the 2 movements are linked. In other words, you can put 2 discs in the same music box, and the sounds will play at the same time.
Good heavens.
And the court has heard Morse code compromises of 2 tones, a short dot, and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. New facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? You collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Or are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box?
You never knew nothing about it.
on that night that Windibank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box.
That's rather ingenious. Ingeniously demonstrated by using 2 prints from the security camera.
So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? It's obvious because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Yeah, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I should trust some common backslums thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you notice, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I am admitting to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. It's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Graydon on the arm.
At most, we can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us only to one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Windibank that night is you. And we know that he's strapped. We know he's strapped. First time we met him, he pulled the toolie. He pulled the burner out. He pulled out the burner. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene,
I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see. This makes me a key witness in this case. And I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client.
What are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what?
This is just getting started, bruh. It's already 12. It's already fucking midnight.
Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
And I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more.
You will explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Here's it. Just for all the marbles.
Nothing would give me a greater pleasure.
Get on with it, fuckwad.
While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop when Winterbank threw Nash over the counter. I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused, in the black overcoat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over the wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the...
That's just a lie.
Have you just not been listening? It's never been a point of contention that she was found with the gun. She had the gun. It was she. I don't even need to press anything. That's just a blatant lie.
You claim, sir, under oath, you've clearly seen the defendant pull the trigger.
Wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Till now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yes, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused, with the same gun that only was fired once. She was showered in his blood. You say the blood is splattered all over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? There's so many things that are just wrong. Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence.
Such an investigation is entirely possible. What? Only very recently, a German scientist have developed it.
Bruh.
You're fucked. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they can stand. Forgetting what happened yesterday. But
able to identify that, we gotta give him the fucking the one that the thumbprint on the card on the ticket. If that matches, then we know it's not gonna be her blood, or at least his blood.
My lord, defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We'll be able to test another thing. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Counsel,
Yes, my lord.
cross-examination.
Still near the entrance to the shop. Well, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because
Objection!
what? What? Bitch. I got too big for my bitches or britches. Okay, shut the fuck up, okay? I fucked up. Don't care. Shut your fucking whore mouth. I'm gonna save. I'm not about to start this whole fucking trial over. If shit goes south.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? In the direction of the storeroom door, where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. She was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Yes, it was yours truly. Ken. Is by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Oh! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Hey yo, what the fuck going on, bruh? Gentlemen. Why the fuck? There's a scrapper? You have a little scrap? You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Oh, again, ain't he?
places. He said it must have been gone when he got down to the station. Know nothing about it. That flaming peephole in the door. What about that? Alright, are you? Oh, blimey, see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this D's driving me gives me the willies. That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. Wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, I was definitely out of character.
There's something sussy about this man.
He's not the one I'm supposed to be focusing on. It's Gregson. Gregson has been weird. This whole fucking case, this whole chapter.
Hold it!
Not necessarily. You just gotta use that accepted test to test another article of which we know is not his blood.
It's that easy.
Hold it!
I'm gonna try to do it without talking about. I'm gonna try it. I wanna see something. Okay, never mind. I thought there'd be like a... Whatever. Hey, yo, fucking censor that shit. What the fuck? Dude. What the fuck? You can't say that. You can't show that on Twitch.
Hold it!
Was it right then?
Hold it!
Hmm.
Hold it!
Yes, the Scorpions. Yeah.
Objection!
But on a flee to safety. The floor plan, right? What do you mean?
Objection!
My asshole. My with my thick, I am killing me self.
Hold it!
Down on the counter when wasn't too close. Truth. No help, no help, no help, no help. Damn it. Nothing new came to light. Fuck. Well, I know what I have to do now. No, my lord. Ah, shit.
Objection!
Was deposited at a window bank. McGillis had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason. So the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker.
Objection!
Oh, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my niece friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently that for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned yourself in this country. But that was... spattered with blood of the victim. Fuck off.
Guilty.
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 The ladies and gentlemen of the court of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Just do any attempt. You may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions, being equally unsuccessful. We're not done yet. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, why is it all unraveling on me so fast? Hank, you mustn't give up. Very distressing. Held in such lows. My fucking boy, Herlock. Oh, I thought you were Herlock.
Sir.
These are determined not by science and the human mind. Who the fuck? Is it really fucking Herlock? It's Herlock. It's Herlock. Am I going mad? It's fucking Herlock. Let's go. Mr. Sholmes. What business do you have here, detective? Yes, well, as well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. Oh no, now I gotta find his fucking voice again. I haven't used it in so long. Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
Let's see you do this, Lord Van Zykes.
Get fucked. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Sholmes, you're alright now? Oh, alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, I pass out. Let's make the discussion as short as possible. Haley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for the appraisal by scientific community. No oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? Lavender for furoshiki wrapping? It's just lunch. It's just lunch from her. Leaving present from Miss Sato. From Miss Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do this. Do her this favor. I don't understand. And then he just fucking passes up. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhanded. And that you, not a huddle, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving present? Whatever could it be?
It's the fucking door gun.
Oh, it's the machine.
Just like fucking gotta go, and I just run. I book it.
What could I possibly have done? How is this my trump card? What help could that possibly have? Let's see. What's Susie up to? Do I have something that could possibly... No. Don't tell me there was no door. No people. Don't tell me there was no people. No, surely. Wait a fucking minute. I don't know. I have a theory, but I don't think it's... Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? Come on, we're almost done, right? 12:30, bruh. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Mr. Sato used this cat flapomat that night, but why?
Was it made to make the people? No, because there was no people. There's no way you could put the gun through, because there was no people at first. There was never a people. That's why the curtain always covered it, because then that would be an inconsistency. They did that so nobody could ever see that there was ever a people before the event. That's it. That was my theory. Oh my fucking god. And that was weird because I do remember having a feeling like when I saw the hatch, the first time I saw the hatch, the people, I'm like, dude, what if that was made by the thing? Holy shit. Let's go. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? Jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend would consider a summonation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruto. Yes. The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? This is down to me. I need to be careful here. I make the wrong move. The trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests.
Oh, fuck. They're good, aren't they? Nothing to examine. That's unfortunate. But I think that's what I need to do, but I don't know how to fully prove it. The cross-examine, I think I need to cross-examine this when he talked about the peephole. But I could believe that, but how do I get how did I get that as like legitimate evidence? Further cross-examination or a summonation? Summonations are needed for when people are on the rocks, or not on the rocks, on the fence. And I could provide evidence to satiate their claims. So that could possibly could lead to other avenues of discussion. So I think a summonation would probably be the best. A chance to appeal to the jurors and try to change their minds. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Numberhood? Sorry? What of Mr. Sato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Oh, well... Okay. Okay, I was supposed to fucking cross-examine. I get it.
Hold it!
Objection!
Jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue the one of the existing witness. It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. We got you again on the same shit, bruh. You said temporarily suspended. You said temporarily suspended. You got fucking played. Court is obliged to allow it. Nope. This is law, baby. Get fucked. Therefore, decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument. Single chance?
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Set clear, counsels. You will not press the witness any further. My lord.
Yes, my lord.
A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands.
Clonked out. He conked. He conquered.
Stand so inscrutantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling.
I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers.
Fully prepared? I am fully prepared to fucking own you. This is how we do it in the East, bitch.
Nah, dude, double slap. That's a double slap moment right there. It's going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. I know exactly what I have to do, though. Oh, shit. It's either this or the last statement about the gun. This is still referring to the people. So it's like out of the people that you were looking in. So I feel like the original statement first mentioning the people is the one. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I am literally shitting and farting. I've gone this far. I can't fuck it up now.
Objection.
There we go. What on earth is that eccentric contraption come from? Hey, yeah, we're going. This is our fucking Shark Tank moment. Shut the fuck up. A possible relevance to the case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago,
We arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the three of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at that time.
Your assistant did what?
There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What?
Counsel, kindly say what you mean.
Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole to look through. Yeah, but how could I fucking prove that?
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. How? We haven't even seen this thing work. I could have pulled out a pencil and said it did the same thing. If. That's a big if. Like, I'm kind of not convinced. Maybe if there was actual proof on the gun that it was used. I guess kind of
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful and cut through even the toughest of doors. Kiwi, time for dinner. Hey, waga hi. He made a fucking cat door. The cat got him. Oak, you say? Pretty sturdy. Sorry about that. Oh wait, whoa. Wait a minute. No, maybe there is. Holy shit. Where is it? Oh. Dude, I never noticed it. It was right in front of me the entire fucking time, literally since stage 1 of this fucking thing. It's been in front of me, and I never knew. I never noticed. Look at this shit. Where's the fucking line? Where's the peephole? Pre-murder? Post-murder. Look at that, look at that, look at that little bitch. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. An exact match. Thank you.
feel? No, no, no. I already know what you're gonna do, and I know how to fucking rebuttal you, bitch.
I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that Peephole has dimensions that are perfect fit for the contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer.
What is the purpose of your line of inquiry?
It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident, but now the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof.
You is a liar, because I got it right here. Sugma Venus.
And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation.
No, don't even fucking sweat it, dude. Don't even fucking sweat it. I got it.
Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Sykes. Well, counsel.
Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening. Force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sasato is the greatest judicial assistant in the world.
Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door was created after the event and not before.
Take that!
Get fucked. Suck my fucking schmeater. Suck it. Fucking
A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Sasato Mikatoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario, and made sure I had necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel.
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This is really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of any peephole.
Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Actually fucked. Actually dicked.
I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
Don't tell me this shit is gonna go on for longer.
The witness's testimony is entirely fallacious.
That's not the only thing we know now beyond a reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. Until that moment, we had no clue that it was a crime scene. Get fucked. More importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Sykes. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. That's right. Well, I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. You're a fuckhead. They're right. As it stands now, I don't have enough definitive proof that he is the culprit. Can't worm his way out of it now. You know what they say? There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Why did the door remain locked even after the event happened? Is that what? Isn't that right, Bruno? I don't know what that means. Haley always says, one lie begets another. Oh, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your oh, they're talking about the third gun. You say the only reason you knew about the third gun was because of the people. But now we've established there was no people, so how did you know about the gun?
Objection!
This is what this whole story was about. The third gun. This is, like, as try as hard as you might, I won't forget about the third gun. We've always gone off on tangents when we're talking about the third gun. I'm not letting that happen now. This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain these alleged inconsistencies. Iris was right. Right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the third gun. Oh wait, no. The bloodstains. The bloodstains. I fucking... No. I meant...
Objection!
I was so focused on the gun. But no, the bloodstains actually make no sense. Damn it. Oh well. No, it's fine. No. No, don't worry about it. That was just a fuck up. No. Shut up. I know. Yes. Bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. But how could he possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole. Oh, you know. Oh, now you figured it out. Point is not that you lied in your testimony. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. Making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously,
Has the cat got your tongue, witness?
The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yeah, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads had thoroughly examined them all. I
gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we could get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
May I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes? Speak, Inspector. Just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now and putting my report. Really nothing more I can add to this testimony. It's all the same to you. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
Oh, of course, sir.
Shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
That's what they were fucking whispering about earlier that I caught. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Why are you in cahoots with Gregson, man? Gregson's been sus this entire time, and this is why. He has stake in this somehow. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. In fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is this person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate this false testimony?
Gregson. I thought you were the homie, bro. But you did me dirty. You did Iris dirty, man.
Take that!
Truth is, it would only have been you, Inspector Gregson.
Me?
Objection!
I better have some sort of proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during the long, hour-long process. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court.
Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. He would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. Suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? He could commit perjury in order to save his skin? And we know exactly when, because I caught that shit. I caught him in the fucking act. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chamber during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that?
Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means, first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. No, but it happened once. Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Guinea was testifying. Yeah, now that you mention it. And the bailiff
was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box. That's it! It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. Little toe rag, making it all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would we be giving out confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. And then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people, Graydon agreed to give you a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that I had found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Could it have been the second disc?
Objection!
Coming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nepalese student's speciality. I don't do that, no. With the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? Court must see proof of this alleged deal. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, and logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Oh no. Do you think it could be? Yes. The missing link that can join all the dots together in this puzzle. What missing link? Bitch, I don't know what you're talking about. What haven't we used yet? Third gun? It had to be. That's the only thing left.
Now, Count, what evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal to...
Oh, I need, like, solid. Shit. Damn, tangible evidence. That shit is ass. So, in exchange for the peephole information, what do I have that? That is what he stood to gain. That could only that's the only explanation. An unpublished manuscript? It had to have been, right? I can't think of anything else. Here we go.
Take that!
This, my lord. Awesome. Fuck. Damn it. Fuck, I have one more chance. Having reason for him to give away case secrets like that. And his duties. Holy shit. This is stressful. Safe scumming, don't care. Could it? This links it to what Strongheart and them talking about, right?
Take that!
Fucking dick balls and nut cum. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Fuck. The nature of the alleged deal. I just don't know. Hmm.
The nature of the alleged deal.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Well, my fucking newspaper got to the same matter. Shit. What? Like getting at now, sunshine? Possible that this other top secret case? Okay, the first thing you actually show is the fucking newspaper, and I did that and that didn't work? Okay, dick nuts. Bleeding Norky. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus Gilded. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. Included on the pair of discs that were in possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs, you covertly made a deal with Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. The day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. My orders were cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. Realized there was a possibility of it, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of the music box disc, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Graydon could have known the existence of the people. Gregson.
Objection!
It's not like you. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hands.
Is the item in question?
Yes!
Holy shit, dude. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Only have struck a deal with each other when Guinea was testifying. And Gregson hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Oh, Inspector.
Young lad wants to tone down his imagination. Insulted me in my profession quite enough. However, put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my informant.
happily submit to a body search. You're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded.
Indeed. Have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. Not something Her Majesty's government would be able to overlook.
This is a bluff. And imagine Gregson will have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. Basically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it, somehow. It doesn't feel quite right here. It's up his ass.
I wanna fucking call him on his bluff so bad, though. So badly. I wanna call him on his bluff. Could it be on Nash? That's the only other time it was that Gregson was out of character. That was the only other time.
Well, don't say you weren't warned. Your typical Nepalese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Around nothing, alright. Bailiff.
Objection!
No, not him. Oh, come on. You didn't have to. There's a search, but not on the inspector. What?
Oh, what's all this? I'm the one you accused of, aren't I?
You won't search me. Oh, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of this, then? What's it at Lance Avenue, sunshine? What shouldn't have putting up with this nonsense? You've been completely irrational.
No. Not all of you. Iris the fucking go. Man, I was doing what you all told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
Don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person. It's fucking Nash, dude. It's fucking Nash.
Take that!
I'm a dude. I'm from the future.
Well, I never.
Me? Him? He probably doesn't even know. I would not put it past him to not know.
There are search of personal. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard. I still object to this search.
Objection!
Nope. You were so ready to have yourself searched, but somebody else? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Ice, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial.
Hold on a mo.
I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Oi, Bob. He has it. He's fucking angry. Hey, my lord. In the witness's pocket. There it fucking is.
Good lord, that...
Another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson?
Order. Sulkin, what do you have to say for yourself?
Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flammit Bennett. So I didn't know nothing about the disc. Honest to God.
So, please explain what exactly is going on here. The alleged deal that was struck between this witness, this detective, no.
No question, my lord.
Then, for pity's sake, why on earth is this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in the trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall. What unusual behavior?
It was, yeah, during my cross-examination of Graydon. When Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing, been born as me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Like the blazes, didn't you mention the third? Why the blazes you didn't mention a third gun when we went down at the station? That's what you said. It looked straight down my ear hole. My head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. Looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc.
Bless my wig, he hid it? I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted an item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
Hush, hush. Top secret assignments.
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It seemed that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? Gregson. Oh man, Gregson, I thought, dude, you were so cool. You were cool, bro. Now you're not.
Afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
What does this mean?
Only pretended to attack Shulkin in order to get close enough to slip the second disc into his pocket.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you in this alleged deal?
Objection!
Dude, of course they're gonna take the side of the whole country instead of the side of a literal beggar, like a pickpocket, some no-name shitter. You're fucked. You're fucked, Gregson. You're fucked in the head.
Fuck.
Shit. Oh shit. Graydon killed Windibank? Stole government secrets? Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting he struck a deal with the witness? The jurors who announced their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. This is it.
It comes down to this. Do I present evidence against Gregson or Graydon? Gregson hasn't been talked to. I feel like he'd falter. Graydon, he's a fucking tough nut. Fuck, dude, this is actually, dude. I've been riding this one life for so fucking long, dude. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. Hey, what's that then? If you used to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you'd leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Now go on. It's my last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. Final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. I'll give you this. No, I can't make another deal, right? Surely, right? Surely. Surely. Surely, right? No.
Surely not.
Take that!
Okay. I know. But I'm fucking stupid. I'm so close, man. I'm so fucking close. What the fuck? Come to admit. I believe that I can't get through the Graydon. Just for shits and gigs. I don't even want to be lectured. I don't even want to be lectured. I know that was like the dumb decision. But like, somehow. Okay, Gregson. I think Gregson. admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Talk about thoroughly examining. I have no clue.
Take that!
Second disc.
Hold it!
Oh, I'm just fucking twisting his nuts. I'm not trying to persuade. I'm hardballing this fucker. Why not?
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier from this music box was part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code compromises two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. Secret information out into the public domain. It'd be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie in court. All because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I'll stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. That's like, for Pete's sake, Stolpen.
Objection!
Damn. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul.
Very well. Defense stance here is that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I fear. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box. It is set in operation once more. It's time with the second disc in place and both playing simultaneously.
Here we fucking go. Here we fucking.
Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut up that blooming box.
Got him. Fucking got him. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector?
Oh, I did.
What are you doing, man?
So exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after recess, we were stood in stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile.
Detective attendant, pawnbroker day, aren't you? Oh, details of the case that should have put him in the clear. It's intended to have the defendant wrongly, while giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness perjury. I did. Then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor.
You traitor!
Oh shit, somebody stop him! Stop him! He's gonna kill him!
Bailiff, restrain that man at once.
That's it then. All over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. admire your determination.
Then he decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded.
Yeah, Faye with acquired talent, so you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and the Gilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you're committing.
For that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man than the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. Got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh? Musicians.
A friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I bought the scores with me. Two, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. We're taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs, and the music box for playing them. Exchange them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, you would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
Makes sense, Graydon. But why was it on the omnibus 2 months ago your father, Milverton, was the one who dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself?
When I received the 1,000 guineas from my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man would no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. He caused the fire. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right. An imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
Spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago.
Clearly because it has been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from my first time I dealt with McGilded. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, I remember now, when I first met you, Hmm. The unexpected happened. Hmm. No. Well, no, never mind. It does add up. We're finally fucking done, dude. It's 2 a.m. I want to sleep. I have work in the morning. I literally have work in 10 hours. I'm gonna be sleeping for 8. And I should be getting up early. Like 4 hours of sleep that I need to get. Monster. A man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. And he became what he sought to destroy. Pachikayane, what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have.
Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Ashley Graydon?
Been restrained, my lord. Been escorted to the yard. Will be charged with the murder of Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets.
And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself.
Yes, my lord. Boss. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector. And inexcusable. Yeah.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
I love Jane. God damn!
Fireworks. Yeah, you still gotta answer for perjury. Damn, dude. I just got complimented by Van Zykes. He got me giddy and shit. Goddamn. 7 they did before the entire card. Yeah, I was about to say, like, are we gonna figure out what that actually said? It's just like the queen shits the bed or some shit, some dumb shit. What? What if it was like wrong? Like you're supposed to put the the discs in the other side. What? Hey, off you not. You off you not. Yeah, but it's gonna fuck with me so bad. Yeah, it's gonna fuck with me. Lord. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, and a grim catalog of depravity. Appalling experience to befall any child. And she's 17, bruh. Why you should be pointing this shit at fucking goddamn Iris. God, she's 10. You're weak, you pay for it.
Not guilty.
That is so dangerous.
Hey, let's fucking go.
That dope.
Dope as shit.
Oh shit.
God, is that the game? I think that's the game. Oh shit. Just me and him? One-on-one? Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in this courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time, 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, in my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder. Our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese, till we meet again. It's done. We're at last. But where's Iris? Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. As odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? You have to promise, I mean. Properly. It's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand. After all, I had a taste of that in a child 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so.
Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Going out loud, pack it in. I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. That comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Hey, it's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ah, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Ah, yes, it was me all along. See? Ah, fuck my neck. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was. But I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made knowledge of them and them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. This was fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some ways, Miss Lestrade? Well, you have been... you've been having a snooze on your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, that's for sure. I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? I farted. Naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the raper, you mean? Thing was found not guilty in the trial. He's working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? Very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the rape is a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God?
Do you love God?
Yeah, him upstairs. Him upstairs knows what's what, alright? He knows what people are like on the inside. Don't have got the wrong end of the stick. Now, some cows, like that bog trotter, who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The raper taking matters in its own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, it ain't like McGilded's out. It's not like the McGildeds of the world. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of the world. So I ain't scared. I got principles, see?
A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Lestrade. I finally get a viewer, and it's literally at the end of the game, when I'm about to go to fucking sleep. But true, bestie. True, bestie. That is so true, bestie. We love Gina Lestrade. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Well, I'm not gonna end right now. Like, at the end of this chapter, it's 2 in the morning. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, yeah. There you are, Harley. How long have you been here? Where have you been, Iris? What the fuck? Honestly, I just went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine it, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Guinea tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going. I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bulk trotter stuff at... What was in log, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums, something that'll make a difference. That's a wonderful idea, Guinea. I'm sure you can do it. God, my voice is done. My voice is shot. What is it? Nothing. Don't do this. Don't do this to me. Not my stunner. Not the carriage. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Let me be clear. Odo? Yeah? Yeah, I'll give you a minute. What the fuck was that for? Oh yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd say so. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase. Still don't know how to pronounce that. Missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Short. Thank you. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Skinny. I
see. Well...
Oh shit, oh shit.
Thanks. Oh no.
Oh, my fucking heart. My fucking heart. This is my number one stunner. My number one stunner. My number fucking one, dude. I was full Sasato, but goddamn, Gina. Number one. She's more legal. She's only 17, but still. Like, she's my stunner. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Fucking hope. Well, quite the... well, quite the indomitable pig purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. Special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been so thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, do you like the good news or the bad news? Did I get fucking robbed? Did I get actually, like, did I get mannered? What do you say, Reno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question always says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? A huge storm has left the seas very... Don't you fucking tell me something may have happened to Sasato. I will literally rain hellfire upon the great nation of Britain, were anything to befall my angel. Channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover may be delayed by a day or more. Wait, does that mean that she's here? She's still here? Poggies? We had this station immediately. Let's fucking go! But, I won't be a train, surely. You couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again? Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? London Victoria. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave. Miss Sato, where are you? Looks like she's reading something. Let me be.
Hold it!
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Sato, wait, what are you doing? Let me be clear. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Oh, but wait a minute. It's already gonna take 50 days to get back to Japan. Oh, Big Papa Mikatoba. That motherfucker's probably already got his eulogy written. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Sato. Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Mrs. Sato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? I invited Gina to dinner. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Oh yeah, to pickpocketing. Is that how we fucking got it? Goddamn. That band's very important to me. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat. So I put it up my sleeve. I rather forgot about it until I found myself. How? How did he not notice the weight? What the fuck? And then... when I left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could have only been behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapper match and make the peephole in the door. It's captured by the photographic print of the shop. Indeed, it was one of the first. It was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have been amounted to nothing. When I looked through the hole of the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. Damn, you had that foresight. That's crazy. Damn. Sorry. I'm sorry. I can't be your man. Sorry. She a fucking fan. I don't care. I'm sorry, Sasato. You're not Gina. That's my number one Astana. My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she hadn't done that, it would have been rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Oh shit. You wavered? Bitch, get the fuck out of here. Dude, you ain't even loyal. Goddamn. Damn, that's crazy. Some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind. No, there is still something that we have yet to figure out, and I don't want you leaving until we figure it out. Susato. Don't think I fucking forgot. I will never forget, and this is why you're not Stunna anymore. This is why you've been demoted. How did you know the name of the novel? How did you know? You had no way of knowing. So how? Tell me. Wasn't? No fucking shot. Asogi? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. This is the person I was supposed to fucking meet up with. No, not me, not me. Kazuma. This is who Kazuma was supposed to meet up with. What? Oh no. That's what she was thinking about during the trial. When she was listening to the thing, she deciphered it, and it said Asogi. What does Kazuma have to do with this? Holy shit, dude. No fucking shot. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something? Asogi. It's the name of my best friend. How? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before. The message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius.
thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English. Japanese Morse code. More than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Holy shit. It's Japanese Morse code. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram. Holy shit. Sasato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communication. And might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. What does it say? What does it fucking say? Oh shit, dude, I'm fucking... What could this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Sasato's face. Oh, I'm not liking this. There's no doubt that this message was written in Japanese Morse code. But the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. It's a fucking hit list. Gina Lestrade better not be on that list. We're gonna see McGilded. McGilded is one of the names. McGilded's one of them. Asagi was one of them. Yep. Kazuma. If McGilded's on this list, we know it's a hit list. Asian? Greguson. Oh shit. Greg. Asian. Gregson. Dude, Gregson's on the fucking hit list. Seeing the Tobias, Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. What's his name doing in a secret government communication? Last name? If it's McGilded, we know this is a hit list. We know it's a hit list. If this is McGilded, this is a hit list. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Wait, no. Is it her father? I just... what is it? Who is it? Ooh. I was not expecting that. Oh my god. Dude, okay. This ties all the way back to the fucking beginning. The whole thing was fucking ignored. The whole murder was ignored because of the importance of that woman. She was one of the assassins. She was the assassin that killed Wilson. The fucking... John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? I mean, it's J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. And after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought? It just contained Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names.
The only thing left is Asian. And kind of between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in... Oh, no. Is this where we tell... Sasato, do we tell her? Oh, well... Is she ever gonna find out? I feel horrible. We just can't. Not now. But we know that this shit is a hit list. It has to be. It fucking has to be. Gregson is next. Or this A Shin guy. Or back a boulder of the mouth of a dark cave. Do wonder, perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. God, it's almost 3 in the morning, man. Yes, seems so. Hmm. My fucking heart, but you're still not stunna, because you're still hiding. You're still hiding shit from me. You're still hiding the fact that you knew the manuscript name, and that was sus as fuck.
Did I not?
How the fuck did you know that? How? It's gonna fucking annoy me, man. Yeah, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Sasato takedown. Fucking hold you to that. Oh, anime. Titanic Monka
Somehow
S.
we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
This is the end of the first game.
It feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will.
I see what you did there.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Holy fucking shit, finally I finished this damn game. Oh, oh. Ah, yes, Miss Narahodo. Holmes? Oh, news? What do you mean? Huh?
What the fuck? What the fuck? You are flagrant. You are some flagrant motherfuckers. I'm going to rip your fucking head off and eat it. Oh, I can't say the word I'm gonna say. I definitely can't say it. Definitely not on Twitch. Fuck.
Objection!
Haha. What a fantastic fucking game. I don't know when I'm gonna play the second one. It's gonna be soon, but goddamn, I'm tired as shit. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I want to sleep. Yes. I'm sorry. I don't care. It's all funny, haha, comic bullshit. And if it really mattered, it would follow right after skipping it. Once again, just some bullshit credits. Fucking love that game. That was so fun. I love using my brain hole. Now I'm all brained out. Okay. I'm fucking gum, 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 gum. Dum dum, give me gum gum. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm done. Bye bye. Bye bye.